Alrighty, here we are, another week. It's July 9th. Well, we're not quite halfway yet, but we're getting there. Anyway, hello to everybody. Hope you had a good week prior to today. We're having some issues here already. Although Starlink is showing it's working fine. Could be an OBS problem, could be a computer problem. At this point, I have no fucking idea. All I ask is that you bear with whatever we got here, and hope it gets better. Alright, let's start by saying hello to everybody. Let's see, who got the cookie? Looks like Quasimodo got the cookie as usual. Quasi, good to see you here. Chuck Schreiber got the half cookie. Chuck, good to see you here. Enjoy the half cookie. Big Train Guy 94. Changed your name again, didn't you, Thomas? I don't know. We're going to address that later. Let's see who else we got here. Joe Rader, Black Rock Central. How you doing, Joe? Good to see you here. Tom Grassi, good to see you. Let's see who else. Curly Express. Dwight, how's it going? Did you get that file I sent you? For the parts drawers, parts cabinet? I sent it out a few hours ago. Let's see what else we got here. Hot Dog Pilot Andy. Hey, Andy. How's it going? Good to see you here. Let's see who else we got. The Bud Files. Hey, Bud. How's it going, man? Good to see you here. Alrighty. Schuylkill River Valley. Happy birthday, John. Good to see you here. I'm glad you got the file, Dwight. That's cool. Yeah, it prints pretty easy too. It takes a while though to print the main box. It's like, well, if you do normal speed, it takes about 6 hours. If you do sports speed like I got, it takes 5 hours, so it shaves an hour off. The drawers run about 2 hours for each drawer. It's not too bad. Let's see who else. That's everybody, I believe. Alright, so here we are again. Another Thursday. At least we're in the green for the moment. I don't know for how long, but maybe it'll stay there. I don't know what the hell's going on with all this shit, you know? Starlink is showing good speeds up and down. No outages or interruptions, so it's not Starlink. But here, I see that just went into yellow again, now back into green. I don't know what the hell's going on. Sorry to hear that, Thomas. It's always hard to lose a dog. I know, I've lost quite a few already. Yeah, I mean, you know. Well, fortunately, Pogo's a young dog. He's only like 4 years old. But I've got Baron that we just adopted a few months ago. He's, I think, at 10 years old. He's already half blind. His hearing's still good, and so is his sniffer. And he's still pretty mobile, you know. But right now, he's the oldest dog we have. And Lucky, I think Lucky's probably around 7 or 8. We're not 100% sure on that. They're all little dogs, you know. So the little dogs tend to last longer. But it is what it is. I'm not in a good mood today. I imagine not, Thomas. Like I said, I feel bad for you. I know how hard it is to lose a dog. Especially if he's your best friend, you know. It was always hard on me every time I had to say goodbye to one of my pals, you know. And it happens all too often, unfortunately. Anyway, so we got a few things to talk about. I got a cool video to show later on if the internet cleans up. I mean, I don't want to show it if it's going to be, buffering or lagging or anything like that. What I did want to show you, I just found a bunch of train cars that I had. I forgot that I had them. Well, not really forgot, but I didn't know where they were at. They were buried in a drawer. How they got that way, I have no idea. This one here, and these two I actually custom built. I showed them some time back. These are from the 1960s. And this is a cement car. And each one of these containers has powdered cement in it. And that's the way they used to transport it back in the 60s before they actually used a hopper of sorts, I guess. Anyway, I made this and it came out really nice. I still haven't finished painting it yet. I painted the car itself, but I needed to paint these cement canisters and decal them. I still haven't done it. I'll get to it eventually one of these days. And then this one here, I gotta be careful not to tip it. But this holds, was it chlorine? I think it was chlorine in these canisters. And they're little tiny canisters like so. And that's the way they used to transport that. I guess either they didn't, I mean, I know they had tanker cars back in the 60s. They might not have felt safe transporting it in a tanker. So they used to use these instead. Pretty slick. Once again, I have to finish painting it, painting the containers. And each car holds 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 containers. And I believe that's it was 30 or 40 foot long, I don't remember. So, as I said, I want to make more stuff like that. I'm still working on the tankers. I've got to really sit down and, hey Ray, good to see you here, man. I got to work on the tankers to get them 100% because what's happening is I don't have the coupler heights right. They're either a little bit too high or a little bit too low. I've got to get them perfect, and that means that I have to modify the actual framework that the tank sits on. So one of these days when I get bored, I'm going to sit down and redo it. And when I get the perfect tanker, I'm going to start producing them and hopefully maybe even selling some of them. Because, they're handy to have. Now, I just had a major derailment over here. You can't really see it. It's on the inside rail. I had an uncoupling. I didn't notice it, so it was pushing 1, 2, 3 of the tankers. There's the 4. 4 tankers. Instead of pulling them, the front one derailed and of course messed up the whole line. And I had an uncoupling even here on the outside. You can't really see, but right here is the locomotive. In front of the locomotive there's 1, 2, 3, 4 rail cars in front of it, not supposed to be there. Yeah, I'm running out, well, mostly Katy couplers. There's a few of them that still have the original couplers. The tankers, a lot of them have the original couplers that came from scale trains. We know those couplers are garbage. So I think I need those. I think it's the 119s are for the tankers. I think it's 119. They're a little tougher to separate. So I need to buy some and change them out. And that should hopefully solve the uncoupling problem. So, well, we might as well run trains for a little while anyway. Hey, you know, the weird thing is, I've been running these things for like 2 or 3 hours today before the show, and they ran almost flawlessly. Go figure, right? Those damn live stream gremlins popping up again. Hate when that happens. Jim, I seen Mark when H.O. Scale made the AC/DC train set. Okay. Scale trains couplers. Yeah, they suck, Joe. They're garbage. Now, I don't know, you know, who makes them for them or if they make them themselves, but they're cheap plastic couplers. They don't grip well. Sometimes they don't even operate properly. And like I said, they're garbage. And you would think that as expensive as scale trains are, you know, the train cars are, that they would put Katy couplers on them. You would think, but you'd be wrong, you know. So that's another reason why I won't buy any more scale train stuff, because, you know, they're not listening to their clients. You know. And I said they got a problem with the trucks on their locomotives, that they're not serviceable. Not really. They need to change those, and they need to change the couplers on everything. They're like a cheap version of McHenry's, I guess. That's what they look like anyway. And, you know, for as expensive as their stuff is, you would think that they could afford to spend a couple extra dollars to put good couplers on them. You know, Katie's only cost about $1 a piece. That's for you and me to buy them. If they buy them in bulk, and they'd probably buy them by, you know, 10,000 at a time, it'd probably be 25 cents each. There's no excuse not to put Katie's on their rolling stock and their locomotives, and yet they don't do it. What are you going to do? So I'm going to have to work that out. Like I said, I haven't had much time to work on the layout itself. I wanted to start working in the motor man for the above ground rail system, but I didn't really have time to fool with it. So I'll get to it at some point. See, Thomas says I'm working on my rear Atlantic Coast Line stainless steel railroad spike tomorrow. Okay. They doing cleaning it up, I guess. I ask you something. Why in the fuck did you change your name again? And how many times are you going to fucking change it? And how many times are we going to put up with it? I was thinking about, you know, possibly boycotting you until you settle on a name and keep it for a while. And asking everybody else to join with me. Because, you know, we're all getting a little aggravated by it, I think. It's confusing. It's unnecessary. And you should stop doing it. So, you know. I just don't understand why you keep changing your name. It's beyond weird, you know. I don't know. I think if you change it again, I'm just going to ignore you forever. Might even block you from my channel. You know. Because I'm really getting disgusted with it because, well, it's stupid. And I don't like stupid. Sorry, just the way it is. Anyway, so what else are we doing here? I printed a couple more. Tom says, Mike gets Jimmy's up to no good. I'm beginning to wonder that myself, Tom. You know? Thomas says, I'm a big train fan. Yeah! And you were a big Steam fan before that. And you were a big Spike man before that. Come on, we've all heard this shit before. You know. I mean, I hate to be up your ass, especially since you just lost your best friend and all, but, you know, this has got to stop. It's stupid. It's getting ridiculous, you know. And you're the only one doing it. So quit doing it. I personally think you should go back to Spike Man. That's what we all know you as. That's what we kind of refer you to. That's what you should stay. But that's on you. So anyway, I did print some more boxes. You can see behind me I got a whole slew of them now. Goes almost all the way across the desk. I printed 2 more because I needed them. I think that should be enough. I did have to order more filament too, which I got yesterday. So, you know, it is what it is. The name is staying. Yeah, we've heard that before. We'll see. Don't be surprised if everybody turns their back on you. You know, because I think we're all getting a little, you know, irritated by it. Just is what it is. Sorry, dude. So, I printed up 2 more of those parts cabinets. And they really come in handy because they hold a lot of stuff. And I had so much shit laying around it wasn't funny. Colonel Cottonbelt, Jason, how you doing, man? Good to see you here. So, they're just ragging on on Spike Man for changing his name yet again. That doesn't count as a rant, Jim, does it? No, not really. I haven't had a good rant in a long time, but I do have a rant, though, for later, so we'll get to that. That was really all I printed up. So, I'm still waiting on my locomotive that, you know, Thomas is supposed to send me. Hopefully it'll be here soon. Yeah, I know that, Tom, but that doesn't mean you should. You know. I understand if, you know, if you got, like, your name sucks, I mean, your handle sucks, and you really seriously, you know, don't like it and it's not good for you, I could see changing it. Once. Thomas has changed his name how many times now? 10, 15, maybe more? I can't even remember how many times he's changed his handle. It's ridiculous. There you go, Jason. That makes sense. I mean, I hate to be an asshole. Well, not really. I kind of enjoy being an asshole sometimes. But, you know, I mean, I just, you know, I don't understand it. You know, pick a name, stick with it. And like I said, I can understand once, maybe even twice. But you've changed your name more times than I've changed underwear. It's ridiculous, you know. Hey, Ray Bertelson, how you doing, Ray? Good to see you here. Holy moly, I made a live Big Jim. Alright. Jason had a pile of railroad spikes. I'm sure he did. So, you know, I just every now and then I gotta vent something that's really just bugging me, you know. Even though it's really not my concern. I don't care what you want to call yourself, but, you know. But I know I'm not the only one here getting a little aggravated by it either. So, you know. I think you should do something about it. So, that piece of spike, that pile of spikes is in my community post. At least 1,000 spikes, if not closer to 10,000, Holy shit, Jason. What are you doing on those bikes? I got the two that, that Thomas sent me. And I got the screw spike too. I want to frame that when I get a chance. But like I said, these fell off of the frame that's behind me on the wall. I haven't had a chance to glue them back on and wire them up too. I'll get to it at some point. Well, I don't really have any real interest in spikes. I mean, I like model trains. They don't really have model spikes, so, and they'd be too small to do anything with anyway. So, I don't have any real interest in them. It's like I don't have interest in, signal lights or any of the railroad equipment, real railroad equipment, that they have, memorabilia and shit. I don't really have any real interest in that. I just like the models, I like playing with my trains. And that's really all, that's really all I'm interested in. Union Pacific had them spikes beside the tracks after the tie gang worked by it. There you go. Ray says, to be honest, I quit listening or commenting on Spike Man when he kept coming in the streams every weekend with a different name. Yes, it is frigging annoying. That's what I'm saying, man, He's going to think we're all ganging up on him, and maybe we are, but... Yeah, I mean, it's just, somebody finally had to say it, We've all been thinking about it, And like I said, when he changed his name yet again, I'm thinking, what the fuck, About the time I get, accustomed to the name he's using, he changes it. It's fucked up, man. I'm sorry, it just is, Can you imagine if I changed my name every other week? My handle? You guys would get pissed off at me too. And I wouldn't blame you. And it would be fucking stupid. So, that's why I just, like I said, my channel name is Jim13A at hotmail.com or Jim Tedesco. And of course, I go by Millennium County Railroad or Shortline Thursday for the live stream. But it's always been that way. It's not going to change, I'm not going to change my Shortline Thursday because I come up with something better. That's what I came up with. That's what you're all used to. And that's the way it's going to stay, like forever. And he says, such earthly matters are beneath me. There you go. Is there a way to test a decoder if it's bad? There is, but you need to buy a piece of equipment to test it with. And I don't know if it's really worthwhile to do so. They have a little device that you can plug it into if it's a 21 pin, I guess. And it'll actually run a series of tests to find if it's okay or not. But chances are, if it accepted your address, whatever you use, or you could default back to 3, and it's not working, you got a bad decoder. And, you really can't fix a decoder. I mean, unless you're an electronics genius. So, I would just assume it's bad and shit can it. Unless it's new, of course, then there might be a warranty on it. In which case, you should contact the manufacturer and see if they'll honor the warranty. Not only that, but they'll probably ask you to send it in and they'll test it. And they can determine what went wrong with it or if anything did. No, I don't think a current tester will work, Thomas. I think it's a little more complex than that. It's like a logic detector that will actually test each logic function within the decoder itself. Hey, Rick's Trades, how you doing, Rick? Good to see you, man. So, I've been lucky. I haven't had a decoder go bad on me yet. Knock wood, I'm sure it'll happen. Well, that's not really true. Let's just say I haven't had one lay down on me yet. But the one on my BLI steamer, it's wonky. And now I think the two ESUs that are in my scale trains, ES44s, they're getting a little wonky too. And the one I can't change the address on. I can't even go back to the default 03. So, but they're well out of warranty, so I'm just going to have to replace them. And of course, I'll put a decoder buddy in and change over to the Tsunami 2 decoders. Because I'm not a big fan of ESU anyway. Well, that's true, Thomas. Some of them are junk. Like, I'm convinced that the BLI decoders are garbage. So, and same with the MTH. I mean, they're proprietary decoders, and even though they're designed to work with Digitrax or NCE or any of the others, they're still wonky. They still get wonky when they want to, and I just don't screw with them. Andy says, Jason Curly fucked a decoder. And Jason said, Dwight, you fucked a decoder. I think so. It gets hot. Yeah, if it's getting hot, is it shorting out maybe? I mean, that'll do it, you know. Did you check all the wires going to it? Make sure nothing's touching or crossed? I mean, I'm sure you know what you're doing, but like you said, I have never had a decoder completely lay down on me, so I don't know what to look for. If it's a soundtrack to get with Jason, there you go. That's a bad sign, Dwight. Yeah, that is. A really bad sign if it blew smokes, you know. Something Heath would do, remember that? So, I don't know. Like I said, I like the Tsunami 2 decoders because they have more features. And, oh, Dwight says he got it from Jason. There you go. Well, like I said, is it an ESU or... Jason, if it's the ESU decoder you bought from me, I can't warranty that one. If it's a Tsunami 2 decoder that is still in production, I could possibly get that warranted. But yeah, see, the Tsunami 2 is a better decoder. I don't care what anybody says, you know. Of course, that's just my preference. It doesn't matter, you know. Whatever your preference is, that's what it is, but... I would think that soundtracks would back their decoders probably better than, you know, ESU would, so. It's a Tsunami too, okay. Yeah, that's odd. They don't usually fry easily. At least not that I'm aware of anyway. Jason, Dwight, ship it to me and I will check it and get with George. There you go, Dwight. That's what I would do. Ray said that's why he said call Jason. He's a factory installer. Exactly. No. And if it's under warranty, that's all the better. You'll get a brand new one. It won't cost you a dime except for, you know, maybe a small shipping cost. Yeah, like I said, shit happens, you know. When I first put the tankers on the track this morning, one of the white ones, the wheel fell out of the truck properly. It was like hanging there, and I didn't notice it. And it was going around the track, and it kept jumping the track. And what the fuck's going on? Finally, I got a good look at it. Well, shit. That wheel's not actually even inside the truck the way it's supposed to be. So I fixed it, and that solved that problem. Joe says Jason knows his shit. Yeah, that he does, so. Dwight, you can have it warranted direct through soundtracks, and I won't have to pay for repairs because I am a factory-trained installer and dealer. They waive my repairs fees. Well, there you go. Anyone that can install factories, that's my support. All right, Andy. Quit being a smart ass. That would be a neat trick, though, wouldn't it? Installing a factory. What kind of factory would you install? Any of them? All of them? What? Yeah. Funny. Weird, but funny. So, let's see. So like I said, the trains were running good all day, and of course until I went live, and then I started having issues with them. And the internet's still fucking screwing up here. I don't think the internet is, but something is. I'm spending a lot of time in red and orange. It's night. The weather's good outside, so that, like I said, it's not Starlink. I checked Starlink signal, everything's good. Oh, what the hell's going on? Andy, I installed the Shack of Sit Furniture Company and Passmore Gas Company. Yeah, that's true, Thomas. I guess I should, but, you know, like I said, normally I don't have any problems with that, so, you know, it's a weird thing. And I probably need to sit down and check everything all over again. And, of course, probably the biggest reason is that a lot of these train cars, they were sitting in drawers and not, you know, I shouldn't just throw them in drawers like that, you know. Some of them are rather fragile. So I imagine that when I popped it in the drawer, it, you know, popped the wheel out of the axle hole on the truck, and I just never noticed it. But well, I'll get it straightened out. Like I said, I got to get those couplers changed out because they're just not going to work. I can't remember, it was 158 maybe or 156. There's a specific coupler that are really meant for tankers, and they're hard to uncouple. Matter of fact, even if you have the tool, they're hard to uncouple. And that's what I started using on stuff, and I actually have on some of the cars, I believe, but not on the tankers. So I have to do my research unless somebody can recall which number I need, and I'll go ahead and order them at some point. Probably have to wait till next month because I'm, you know, and I tell you, I blew through my money this month so quick it wasn't funny. So, you know, and of course, you know, and to make matters worse, yeah, I think it is a 158, Thomas. Funny, Jason, very funny. Fragile. That must be Italian. No, it says fragile. Name that movie. I don't remember the movie. Yeah, let me write that down because, you know, I'm liable to forget it. I mean, I probably won't, but I'm going to write it down anyway. $158. I'm pretty sure that's what they were because that's like I said, in the first set of couplers I bought, or bag of couplers, they were 158s because I was having issues. Of course, it was my track work at the time. It was back in Naples. My track work wasn't that great. I didn't realize it, and you know. Joe says tankers need where you go? Shove couplers. Okay. Squeeze more Zit Company. There you go. That's bad. Was it a Christmas story? Yeah, it could have been. You're talking about shelf couplers and I don't remember the number. I'm pretty sure that they're the 158s. I could be wrong. Well, like I said, they do work well. They once you couple them, like, you know, you can take a regular coupler and lift the car off, the other car, and the couplers will cut. They just slide right out. But the 158s, you can't do that. They won't hang on to that fucking coupler. You'll be dangling trains over it, you know? So that's what I need, something that won't let go. So, and generally, if I have tankers anyway, they're going to be pretty much always connected. So, shelf covers were first used in the 70s. Jason says, because I model a specific area in 1958, I've done a lot of research what was and wasn't around. Okay, that makes sense. A Christmas Story Fragile that had that on the leg lamp. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Come think of it, it did, didn't it? That fucking leg lamp. Leave it to a movie. Come up with the ugliest thing that you could ever come up with. Jason said 148 or standard head, 158 or scale head. Andy says it'll have to be a clap clinic then. Alright. So yeah, it's the 158 then that I need for the tankers. Because I think I was using 119s on everything else and they were fine. And I think a 119 is almost the same as a 148, I believe. I don't want to gotta have so many fucking different ones, you know. They should have two. But they don't, so. Anyway, so what else am I doing here? It really makes me mad that I had that derailment, or that uncoupling and then derailment. He said, Andy, there'll be a lot of applause at that place. Yeah, right? Ralphie shot his eye out on that movie. Almost. Broke his glasses, I remember. Of course, you know, when I first started shooting for real, I had a 22 caliber, fuck, I can't remember the name of it now. It was a bullpup. It was a cheap gun. It was $110 brand new. This was back in like 1978, 79. First pistol I bought, so I had to be 21. But I was in the woods, and anything I saw I would shoot at, you know. I mean, except live things, obviously, but, you know, there was lots of junk out in the woods back then. You know, there was things you could shoot at. There are two things you don't shoot at with a 22, okay? One is a fan motor, you know, like electric fan motor. I shot one. It fucking ricocheted, hit me in the gut, drew blood, but didn't penetrate, thank God. I actually thought I shot myself. I'm thinking, motherfucker, what the hell, you know? So, and the other thing is fiberglass. They had a speedboat windshield laying on the ground, and it was fiberglass. And I shot at it, and it ricocheted. It didn't blow back at me, thank God, but the bullet went somewhere, and I was like, all right, two things you don't shoot at with a 22. Let's see, that was a Red Ryder BB gun. And he says, for the people that have everything, Jason, penicillin. Yeah, right. And Tom says, Katie has an online capability chart. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Jason, Andy, I'm sure there is some stuff people have that Ajax wouldn't even be able to take off. Not sure if y'all have Ajax across the pond. Oh yeah, Ajax. Well, I remember that stuff. I was 18 when I bought my handgun. Well, that was before they turned it to 21. Or wait a minute. I can't remember if I was 18 or 21 now. Back in the 70s, so I couldn't have been that old. You know. Let's see. Well, yeah, I could have been 21 because in 70, was it 76 or 77, I would have graduated high school. But I dropped out, so I didn't graduate. But so I would have been 18 at that point. 19, 20, 21. Yeah, I think I bought it around 79, 1978 or 79. I don't remember. A long time ago. Ajax here with scouring powder. Yeah, well, that's what it is here, too. Don't shoot a bear with a 22. All it does is make them mad. This is true, right? And I got the 45 for the bear, and I got the AK if things get serious. You know, if it's a big bear, the AK's coming out. But we had it was a small, well, we had one big bear came through here. That sucker stood 10 foot tall on its hind legs. That fucking thing was huge. I think the AK would have had a hard time taking him down, but who knows, you know. Katy couplers are getting expensive. No, they're still about $1 each. Well, $1 a pair, I think. Jim, not New Jersey. It was 21. My uncle helped purchase. Oh, okay. Jay said Arkansas is 18. The 16-year-old was to buy one. It had to be put in their parents' name. 16-year-old can take a rifle or shotgun hunting, but not allowed to shoot a pistol at a shooting range until 18. Okay. Well, that's the way it was here, too. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was. It was 16 for a rifle or shotgun, and I believe it was 18 for a handgun. And then they changed it. You know, it's like it used to be for smoking and drinking, too. It was 18. Now I think it's 21. So they keep changing the fucking age. It's bullshit, you know. But it is what it was. But that was my first gun now, and it was a... I can't remember the name of the fucking thing now. Oh, Ruger. It's a Ruger bullpup, 22 caliber. And it was like $110. It was, you know, it was like one of the cheapest guns you could buy at the time. I mean, a real gun, you know. You could buy a 32 auto, semi-auto, for around $30-40, but, you know, those things are useless. I carried one, you know, for self-defense for many years, even though it was illegal to carry one, but I didn't give a shit, so I never got caught with it. And I took one off another guy that pulled it on me, and I took it away from him. I said, well, this is mine now. I said, you want to report me, go ahead, because he was underage, too, so he couldn't really do anything about it. You know? Yes, AK-47 Thomas. My first rifle was a SKS, which is similar to the AK, but a little older weapon, but still holds the same. 7.62 by 30 cartridge. So, you know, then I went ahead and I decided I liked the AK better. I actually have both. I have an SKS and I have an AK-47. So, not a big fan of the ARs. You know, they just, first off, the round is too small to suit me. It's a glorified 22, basically. That's the 223. It's a 22, yeah, but it's a high-powered one. They're very accurate weapons, but they have a nasty habit of jamming and other issues. So I just, yeah, same thing. M16. M16 is the military version, which is, you know, select fire. It goes full auto, or was it 2 or 3 round burst and then semi. So, you know, I don't like them. I'll take an AK any day of the week. You can drag an AK through the mud and it will fire. You know, you do that with an AR, it ain't doing nothing. So, you know. Ray says I ordered the bulk packs direct from KD. Easier to find them that way and cheaper. Most online stores only sell them. That's true. I don't buy them directly from KD. I should probably look into it, but I was getting them from what the hell? Tom, that place that's up in Jersey. They got one in Miami too, but I can never remember the name of it. I usually get it from him. He has the best prices on them. So, because I generally buy them like either 50 pairs or 100 pairs, you know. It's still expensive, but If you need them, you need them, you know. Now, the 158s, I'd probably get 25 pair because I don't have that many tankers. Let's see. Jesus, Dwight, I actually just earned that last month. Only reason I got it so I could take the scouts to the range for shotgun or rifle. There you go. Jesus, Ray, big packs are the way to go. I typically get those at trade shows. Yeah, I imagine they got good deals there too. I don't go to enough shows though to really, I should, but I don't. Yeah, exactly, Jason. Select fire, actually, is how they define the M16. Andy says, drag me through the mud and I'll spontaneously combust. No, not Nitro Hobbies. Yankee Dabbler, that's the one. Thanks, Joe. I can never remember that, but I bought all my track from the Flex Track. I bought 2 boxes of, what were they, 100 sections each. I bought 2 boxes back when they were cheap. I bought some turnouts from them. I bought I bought 2 decoders from them too, I believe. And the Keep Alives. I get a lot of stuff from them because they're cheaper. And like I said, they've got the couplers. The Katie couplers are not a bad deal. Jesus, Dwight, I did think of one thing I don't do, dudes. Thank God for that, man. So, like I said, though, money's been tight. I've been spending money left and right. Kind of because I needed to, like I said. I've got like a tiny bit of filament left from the last batch I bought. I'd buy a 4-pack of refills. They're $42 for four 1 kilogram rolls that you put on your own spools. It works out to like $11 each, which is not bad. So I just ordered another 4-pack. I got them in yesterday, and I'll tell you, I go through filament pretty quick, believe it or not. I looked at Midwest Hobbies, Joe, but I thought they weren't badly priced, but a lot of times they're out of stock on stuff. So yeah, Vinny had a discount at Yankee Dabbler, and so did Dave Thurber. Dave said that his is still active, but he can't get it to work, and they haven't addressed it, so I don't know. All right, Jason, we'll see you later, man. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, so I don't like it. Well, that's because when I bought the track, the 3-foot flex track, the box of them, one time I used Vinny's discount code, and the other time I used Dave Thurber's. So that helped even more. Because like I said, they were better priced than, the price has almost doubled since then. Fortunately, Tom Grassi, when he came down to visit me, he brought me a whole shitload of track that was code 100 because that's what I use, and he doesn't use 100 anymore. So he says, you want it, you can have it. So I really appreciate that, Tom, because I have used a lot of it already. So, Jason is my go-to online train stores, Train Freak Hobbies, Iron Planet Hobbies, Midwest Model Rail, and Spring Creek. I've bought some stuff off of Iron Planet before. They're pretty good. Well, like I said, I don't buy a lot of stuff from places. So, especially now I try and print everything I need. But, oh yeah, and the metal wheel sets, I got those from Yankee Dabbler too. I think I'm on my 3rd box of those things already. Because I basically buy 100, which is enough for what? 40, well, let's see, there are 2 quarters. 4 goes into 100. I think it's only 25 pairs or 25 rail cars, something like that. They go fast, you know. You think you got a lot of 100 wheel sets, you know. But you know, when you're replacing, you know, 4 wheels up per car, you know, most cars are, you know, dual wheels on each truck, so it goes fast. Tom says the discounts usually cover this. Yeah, exactly. Well, if you spend enough money, they do give free shipping. But you got to spend a shitload of money, you know. Like I said, when I started stockpiling stuff back in Naples on the old layout, you know, I would spend $500 or $600 at a clip, and I always got free shipping. Yeah, 25 rolling stock. I knew it was 25, but I wasn't 100% sure. You know, don't make me math so early in the day, you know. Joe says I use Iron Planet for DCC stuff and decoders. Yeah, they're good for that. Like I said, I bought things from, you know, a few of the places. Like I said, I don't buy a lot of stuff because a lot of the stuff I print, you know. And of course, I'm getting at that point now where I really have most of what I need. I mean, there's still a few things I gotta buy, you know, that are. I don't have to buy track, fortunately. I got tons of track, thanks to Tom. So really, the only thing I said, you know, I have plenty of rail cars. I don't really need any of those either. I said I will probably start printing whatever I want now, unless somebody has a sale on something special that I might like. But, you know, I'm not paying $30 to $80 for a fucking rail car. I'm just not doing it, you know. I don't give a shit how good it looks, how realistic it is, doesn't matter. I'm not spending that kind of money. Ray says, being I live in the middle of nowhere and the closest store is over 6 hours away, I do online and buy from Midwest, Iron Planet, Yankee Dabbler, etc. All depends on what's in stock and the cost and shipping. Yeah, absolutely, you know. And I shop around too, you know. And a lot of times, believe it or not, I get better deals sometimes on Amazon than I do from the model stores, you know. The decoder I put in that switcher I had, it's a non-sound decoder. I paid $9 for it from Amazon. It was I think they wanted to get rid of stock because, you know, not popular because there's no sound on it. But I didn't need sound, so I said, yeah, I'll buy it. $9 fucking dollars? Shit, yeah. And it works fine, you know. Tom says, I get my decoders from Nitro Hobbies. He has the best prices and is in New Jersey. Well, there you go. I've heard of them. I don't think I've bought any from them, but I have heard of them. So. I haven't been paying too much attention to the stream. Is it fucking up still a lot, or is it not that noticeable? I don't know. I mean, I've seen here where it's kind of jerky on my phone. But who knows? Let's see what else is going on. I said, well, mostly I've been cleaning up stuff. I've been going through drawers and cabinets and, you know, trying to organize and set up things so that I could find them. Now I've got my label maker. It's one of those, oh fuck, who the hell makes that thing? I can't even remember now. It's a digital label maker. And I'll make the labels for the drawers because there's an area on each drawer where you can put a small label. And they'll know exactly where everything is. Jim, you did buy something from him. He has stuff on eBay. Also remember you telling me it was about 2 months ago. Maybe. I don't remember though. And that's the thing, I buy some stuff on eBay too. So, you know, a lot of these eBay stores are, you know, I mean, Yankee Dabbler sells shit on eBay. Midwest does. Apparently so does Nitro. So, you know, I think Iron Planet does too. They sell shit on eBay. Yeah, the Dymo. There you go. Thanks, man. Hey, my memory ain't shit anymore, you know. It was funny. Which is actually about my rant. Are you guys ready for a rant? I'll throw a rant out there. It won't be too long, but I'm still a little pissed off about it. Steam is fine. Not sure if you Steam. Oh, stream is fine. Not sure if your stream is working. That may be a doctor issue or TMI. Oh no, that stream is fine. Every now and then I go to die. How is your stream doing? I'm thinking, which one? How many you got? I said, well, I got two. I got one on the internet and I got one here, you know. Which one do you want to know? He says, I want to know about your personal one. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't seem to really have the sense of humor I do, but, you know, I still crack a smile out of him every now and then. Apparently they're checking your prostate for that. If you have a weak stream, you usually have prostate issues. Well, thank God I don't have that yet, you know. Matter of fact, I did a blood draw the other day. 2 days ago? Yeah, it was on Tuesday. And I got the results last night, actually, you know, because they send the results to my doctor and then they send them directly to me. So I like it when they send them to me. I used to get them before the doctor. So when I went to see the doctor afterwards, if give me any shit, I'd say, I don't fucking bullshit me. I saw the results and they were good, you know. And I'm actually doing really good on almost everything. I have a low platelet count, but that's probably because I'm on warfarin blood thinner. It's not terribly low, but it's below normal a little bit. My cholesterol's excellent, and then nobody can figure out why, because I don't take the fucking pills. I eat a lot of meat, you know. I just, oh, maybe it's the meat keeping my cholesterol down. I don't know. Although they claim red meat raises your cholesterol. That's not always true. And let's see, what else was wrong there? So on my A1C, you know, because my diabetes was, you know, it's not great. It's not gonna be. You know, doctors say, when are you gonna get your A1C down? When you fucking give me the cure for diabetes? Well, there ain't no cure. That was never coming down then. Oh, I haven't started to rant yet, but I'm getting ready to. Yeah, we'll do that right now. Where is the rant thing here? Here we go. I love the radioactive thing. I don't know why. Anyway, so here's my rant. I get the mail today, and there's an envelope in there from my health insurance company. I'm with Humana. Now, they give me text messages like every other fucking day. They call me every other fucking day. I don't answer the phone because I know who they are, and I don't want to talk to them, you know, because they're fucking idiots. You know, all my medications are on, you know, auto refill, so I shouldn't have to do anything. Hey, Jason, yeah, you are back in time for the rant. Yeah, that woke up the dog, I'm sure it did. Sorry. So anyway, I get text messages, I get phone calls. Of course, I always leave a message, you know, and the message will be, Mr. Tedesco, please call us at your earliest convenience regarding your auto refill order. And I fell for it the first time, and I said, well, we just want to make sure you're okay with it. Well, yeah, that's why I checked the box auto refill. You know, stop fucking calling me. And they still call me like they're jackasses, right? So anyway, that isn't the worst of it. So the last couple of weeks, I've been getting text messages about every 3 or 4 days trying to get me to go for their, what's it called? The health. It's health something or another. And I said, well, I don't need that, you know. So today, I get the mail. There's a letter from, you know, the insurance company. I open it up, it's a fucking survey. So I'm thinking, all right, what the fuck is this shit, right? I start reading it. I should have brought it in here because it's kind of funny. But I remember most of it. And it's all trick questions. Because see, what they're trying to do is trap you, and then they'll try to do to me what they did to my mother-in-law. Force me into a fucking, nursing home. Fuck them, it ain't gonna happen. I'm only 66 years old. I mean, the way they act is like I've got one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel, right? It's not like that. I'm still basically mobile. I have to be careful because, I'm not as steady as I used to be, so I don't, do things half-assed. I pay attention, So the first thing they ask me is, well, do you ever feel depressed or unsatisfied with life where you don't do the things you enjoy doing? And I'm thinking, well, fuck no. Hey, Ross, what's going on, man? Just in time for the rant. So, what the hell is that? Time for a lukewarm bath to ease off the grime. There you go. All right, Andy, thanks a lot, man. Take it easy and enjoy that bath, man. I think that now when Jim does his rants and the radio side of his room light should go off with the green. That's a good point. I'll have to remember that. Anyway, good night, Andy. So, that was the first question. I'm thinking, well, the answer obviously is no, And even if it wasn't, I wouldn't tell them that. Because that right there will get you locked up. They'll put you in 72-hour emergency fucking observation. No, seriously, that's what they do. So the second question is what the hell was the second one? Do you feel lonely even when you're among friends and family? And I'm thinking, what fucking kind of question is that, Well, obviously the answer is no, And even if it weren't, I wouldn't tell anyway. But, like I said, I answered no to most of these things, Well, actually all of them. So then they go on to say, well, do you ever worry about having enough food to get through to the month and get to your next paycheck? I'm going, no, I eat well and I have plenty of money for food, And then just boom, 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 all these stupid questions. It was like 30 questions there, And then, of course, in the end, they said, well, can we have your phone number so we can talk to you personally? No, you can't. So I threw the fucking thing in the trash because I'm not filling it out. And the thing is, my doctor actually has, because they do a wellness, that's what they call a wellness exam once a year. And the next time my doctor wants me to do it, I'm telling him to shove it up his ass too. Because I kind of told him that this is the last time I'm doing this. Most of these questions are none of your fucking business. So he said, well, it's for your safety. No, I'll worry about my safety. You worry about what I asked you to take care of, Like I said, I'm a real asshole when it comes to doctors anyway. I don't like doctors. I don't trust doctors. I don't take their shit. So, the thing is, under the HIPAA rules, remember HIPAA, right? Nobody's allowed to give out my information unless I give them consent. Well, I never gave the insurance company consent to actually talk to my doctor. So, but I'm thinking, well, shit, my doctor already knows all this shit. Why do you need to know? And I guarantee you, they'll send me another survey probably within a week, and it'll go in the fucking trash too. Jason says, see, I'd be the smart ass in the room answering all the questions with smart ass. Well, I would have done that years ago. Well, like I said, you got to be careful now because they could use these answers against you. And once you pass, I guess 65 is that magic line in the sand where after 65 they could fuck with you at will if you let them. They did that to my mother-in-law. She was fine over here living in the guest house. We kind of looked after her if there was any issues, She didn't fall or anything. I mean, nothing serious. And, I was always up her ass. Anyway, be careful. Don't answer anybody's questions. And just go about your life. She's 84 or 85, I think. I can't remember which now. So she's up there. But, She was in good shape. Well, they sent some fucking nurse in, and the nurse convinced her she needed to go into an assisted living home. Well, you can't live by yourself anymore. You're too old, you know. And of course, my mother-in-law fell for some of the questions, you know. Do you ever get depressed? Of course she did. She's 85 years old. She's outlived most of her family, you know. She outlived her brothers, her parents, her sisters. They're all dead and buried, you know. So yeah, that's a little depressing, but that's normal, you know. And I used to tell her, don't fucking ever tell anybody that. And even if you fall, if you didn't break anything, don't tell anybody, you know, because they'll use it against you. So she went ahead and submitted to, you know, their request to go live in a assisted living home. And of course they promised her the world, you know, which is, once again, they do this. And it's all a bunch of shit, you know. She gets there, they stole half her stuff, you know. Of course, Haitians pretty much run things in most of those places. And the Haitians are all thieves, you know. Like it or not, that's the truth of it. And they'll rob you blind if you let them. I guess she was manhandled by a couple of Haitians. You know, she said, you know, they pushed her around and, you know, she said they made her fall twice. So, you know, we went to go see her. Yeah, she fell and broke her hip, you know, probably because of the medication she's on, which she shouldn't even be on. They put her on that benzoiazepine, and one of the side effects is it causes you to fall, you know. And it's actually an antidepressant. She didn't need that, you know, but they convinced her she did. They did the same thing with my dad. You know, they gave him all these weird drugs, and that actually made him worse than if he'd have just stayed home with us. And I learned from that. I said, never again, you know, but she's not my mom, so I have no real say in what, you know, she does. And Deb doesn't really want her in the house, you know. And I said, well, I kind of understand that, but... So she breaks her hip, she gets it fixed. Of course, you know, she doesn't really have the will anymore to want to, you know, rehabilitate. So she's in a fucking wheelchair. Meanwhile, they're stealing her blind. Everything she has, they've stolen off her. You know. So I finally said to Deb, I said, Deb, you need to get power of attorney over her. You know. Well, how do you do that? It's not that hard. So fortunately, the manager at the rehab facility helped Deb out with all the paperwork. So she got the notary and the witnesses and everything else, and now she has at least power of medical attorney over her anyway. So now she can say what the fuck she wants, because they wouldn't tell Deb anything. They'd call it, well, your mom fell today. Quick. You know. Not how, why, what happened. They just, oh, your mom fell today. Quick. That's fucking bullshit, you know. And it should be illegal what they're doing to old people. I mean, it's not right, you know. And that's why we need to send them fucking Haitians back to Haiti, where they fucking belong, because they're fucking worthless. And if there's any Haitians watching now, well, sorry, but the truth's the truth. I've had dealings with Haitians before. They're afraid of me, and they need to be. But, so... What's that? I ignore all those surveys. They want to put you in a nursing home, take all your assets, and your firearms. Fuck that. Hey, you're exactly right, Russ. Jason says, Russ, unless you don't own your own home, then you're worthless to them. Medical insurance companies are crooked as shit. My wife works for attorneys that works on getting denied claims overturned. That's good. And you're right, though. They do that shit. They're a bunch of thieving bastards. You know, my dad was 88 he was 89 when they forced me to put him in a nursing home. He was living at home with us, you know, on his house, but we were taking care of him. I even hired a nurse, well, another person, to look over him, you know, at night, because we took care of the days. Jim, you have the right to kick their ass. Well, now I do. Yeah. So, but they finally, you know, the VA came up and they said, you know, because he was a veteran, and the VA said, well, you have to put him in a nursing home. I said, why? Because he can't live at home anymore. I said, we're watching over him. He's happy. We're happy. Everybody's fine. I mean, he had Alzheimer's, not real bad, but he had it, you know. But he knew who I was. He mostly knew who my wife was, although sometimes he thought it was his wife. But I mean, overall, he was doing pretty good, you know. And he wanted to die in his own house. I couldn't fault him for that, you know. So the VA says, I sometimes over the VA, fuck you, I'm not putting him in a home. He's staying here with us. Well, we're going to cut off his money then. You can't do that. Those are his benefits, and we need that money to take care of him. Which, you know, I had power of attorney over everything on him, but I did everything by the rules, you know. And I kept receipts and everything. I mean, I still have all the receipts in case they ever come back on me, you know. So I never used a dime of his money on us, you know. It was always for him. So they said, well, we're going to do it anyway. I said, well, that's bullshit. And I knew damn good well we couldn't take care of him because my disability wouldn't cover his expenses, you know. And they were going to make me pay for medications and everything. It's like, you motherfuckers, you know. I wished I'd had the money to hire a lawyer and took him to court and sued him over it, but I didn't. So I relented and I put him in a nursing home, right? Biggest mistake I could have made. He hated it. We seen him every week. I'd go every week to go see him. How you doing, Dad? You know, he said, I want to go home. I know, but I can't let you go home. I can't bring you home because the VA is holding your money over your head, you know. Now, come to find out, the nursing home was getting $7,000 a month from the VA to pay for him being there. All right? Plus, he was still getting his $3,200 from the VA every month. They set up a bank account for him that he really couldn't access, and neither could I, but it was there. And I mean, they literally abused the shit. I mean, the first week he was there, they had him in a room with another guy. The guy, I don't know what the hell his problem was. He was a screamer, all day, all night. Scream! They're gonna kill me. I mean, he's no, because the guy was whack. So I finally said, look, you got to either get my dad out of that room or get that motherfucker out of the room. You know, there's something wrong with him. You need to find out what it is and, you know, deal with it. I think they killed him. Seriously, I do. I believe they killed him. You know, they overdosed him. I believe they overdosed my dad, too, because, you know, my dad turned 91 in October and he passed away in November. So, you know, and that was like 2 o'clock in the morning. They called me and said, well, you know, your dad passed. You want to come, you know, pay your last respects or see his body? I said, no, I don't want to see his body. I said, put him on ice and I'll make arrangements for his cremation, you know. Which they did. And then when I went to go retrieve his stuff, because we bought him a flat screen TV, you know, he had a nice watch, he had DVDs because he was really into the old westerns and shit, so we got him, you know, everything we could to make him somewhat comfortable, you know. All that shit was gone. So I says, well, I'm going to give you fucking 30 minutes to fucking produce it all. I'm going to ransack this place. And then I'm going to get really pissed off when I find it because I know it's here. Well, let us look again. They had everything buried in the back room, the storeroom. Literally buried. And then they magically came up with everything. The only thing I never got back was his watch. Somebody stole that and that was gone. And it's like, you know, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You're getting $7,000 fucking dollars a month to do nothing, you know, and they really didn't, you know. I had a bitch, you know, he needed a haircut. When are you going to cut his hair? Well, you know, we'll have to wait for the barber. We'll get the barber on the phone and get him here and get his haircut. His fucking fingernails were like a woman's. When are you going to cut his fingernails? Oh, no, I don't want to hear that shit. This shit should be getting done, you know. They hated me there because I was a motherfucker, man, you know. But that's the way it was. Jim, the H's are evil people. I had to deal with them when I worked at the university. Thought, yeah, that's true, Tom. They're assholes, man. And I can understand why Trump wants to get them the hell out of the country. They really don't belong here. Thomas says, Jason, do Union Pacific Road spikes have numbers on time? Jason says, Thomas, I don't think the railroads today make their own spikes. I'm pretty sure they're all commercially made by a steel mill and used by all the railroads and contractors such as R.J. Corman. Makes sense. Hey, Floyd, how's it going, man? You're in the middle of a rant, so I'll continue. So, I'm kind of morphing from my issues to my mother-in-law's. But, I mean, this is all bullshit. Well, anyway, my point of it was, as soon as I put my dad in a nursing home, first thing I want to know is, does he have any real estate? I go, oh, no, he doesn't. Why? He said, well, where does he live? I said, well, he quit claiming the house to me before he came in here. Oh. I says, yeah, so fuck you. I'd burn that house to the ground before I'd let you have it anyway. You know, you got no fucking right to take what's his. But that's what they do. And of course, you know, I said, I own everything. I got the car, it's in my name. His house, you know, they put the deed on my name, they quit claimed it to me. I have all his possessions. I have power of attorney for all his money and everything else, so fuck you. You know. And it was like about the 6th or 7th month he was in there. They called me in. They says, you know, your dad's got quite a bit of money in his bank account. He had like $40,000 in there, right? Because like I said, he was getting the $3,200 every month from the VA. Just none of us could, you know, touch it, which is also dumb. So I said, so what do you want me to do? But he said, well, don't you need to buy him a new car? I go, he gave me his car and it's brand new. It has 13,000 miles on it. You know. Well, isn't that an 04? I said, yeah, but it's only got 13,000 miles on it. It's a fucking new car. I don't want another car. That one's fine, and I'm not going to throw away his money. I said, if he needs clothing or any handicap stuff, I said, you know, Social Security will pick up on that because he collects Social Security too. So I said, there's no reason to spend any of that money, you know. Are you sure? Maybe we can hire him a caretaker, a companion. I said, well, my wife would be willing to do that. He likes my wife, so she'd be the perfect companion. Oh no, it can't be somebody that's in the family. Why not? You know. And the real reason was because, you know, they couldn't get their cut of the money. Because they were willing to pay for the companion, you know. You fucking lying bastard. You pieces of shits, every one of you. You know. So I told my wife, I says, if you ever fucking think about putting me in a nursing home, you best find all my guns first. Because if I get my hands on them, I'm going to start killing people. And I don't care who they are. Yeah. All right, Jason, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. We'll see you next week, hopefully. Floyd says, if I drop off abruptly, it's because we have stormy weather and the hydro has dropped off once already. Okay, that's cool. I was having issues with something earlier. Seems to be doing okay now, but hopefully it'll stay that way. Anyway, that's my fucking rant. And this is a lesson for all you, especially because a lot of you guys are my age, or some are a little older even. Some are a little younger maybe, but will be my age soon enough. Be very careful. Do not trust anyone. Do not trust your doctors. Don't trust your lawyers. Don't trust the insurance companies. Because as Jason pointed out, they are ready to fuck you in the ass at the first chance they get. And, you know, I think it's bullshit. I think the law should be changed. I say I had to speak too soon. Now I went and read again. Fucking internet. So, you know, but it's true though. And I was talking about this on one of my Wise Guy videos. It says, you know, they just busted a black sheriff in South Carolina. Well, no, they didn't bust him. He died on the job a couple of years ago. And they invited his family over to, you know, get any of his possessions that were at the sheriff's manual and his desk and shit. So they came across the drawer. They couldn't open it. It was locked. So they had to get a couple of deputies to go pry the drawer open. Well, when they did, they found $90,000 in cash in the drawer. And what was doing, this fucking black fucking sheriff, you know, he was the head sheriff, he was, you know, nipping some of the money from the drug deals that he was busting. You know. And I'm thinking to myself, what a fucking bunch of shit. You know, of course, he's too dead to do anything about it. But his second in command was also in on it because she was collecting some of the money too, and of course she was also black. I'll do that, Tom. I wasn't aware of that. That's cool, because they just raised mine, you know. It went up $10 from $120 a month to $130. I just paid it last week. Fucking people and it. Yeah. So, but one of the things that they were talking about is not one of the deals was some of that money was supposed to be returned to the family members of the criminals that they caught, because they could only seize money if they can prove that the money was gotten through illegal means, which is very difficult to do, of course. So I got to thinking, I said, you know, this is the price. So they do the same thing in Florida. If you get popped for drugs here, you know, dealing drugs especially, they will seize everything you own. They'll take your home, take your vehicles, seize your bank account, take every asset you possibly have, based on the premise that because you're a drug dealer, you got all these things through selling drugs, which of course is not necessarily true. Could be, but they can't prove it one way or the other, so they just take the money anyway. I see, that's one of the problems I have with the government. They should not be allowed to take what's yours. You know, and because, I mean, if you get down to it, Americans truly don't own anything. You think you own your car, but, you know, if they have a reason, they could take it away from you. Same with your house. Miss a tax payment, they'd take your house right away from you. You know. It's bullshit, and they shouldn't be allowed to do it. And a new law, I wish Trump would do something. He won't, because I think he's part of the problem. But, you know, he needs to sign an executive order or get something passed through legislation that states that no government entity, or medical entity for that matter, can seize your property. All right, John, thanks for popping in, man. We'll see you next week. Have a good weekend, be safe, and we'll see you later. I mean, seriously, if you think about it, because, and I've voiced this before. All right, so you're minding your own business. You're a law-abiding citizen. Maybe you fucking pissed off a cop over a speeding ticket or something. So he gets even with you, plants drugs in your car, you know, says, well, he's got enough drugs here that he's obviously dealing. So they arrest you for, you know, possession and intent to sell. Now they take your car, they can take your fucking house and your bank account and everything else, even though you didn't do nothing wrong. And trust me, there's crooked cops out there that wouldn't blink an eye at doing that. You know. Fortunately, most won't, but it only takes one. And that's why there should be a law that states that no one could take what's yours. And if it's yours, no one should be able to take it for any reason. You know. Because right now, we truly don't own anything. Dwight says, I have not seen any kind of discount on your age for Starlink. Might be something brand new, Dwight. I don't know. I'll look into it, though. In Oregon, civil asset forfeiture has to be tied to a conviction. But that's what it is. It's still abused. Technically, that's true here, too. But if you're arrested, they'll still forfeit your shit. And if you're found innocent or not guilty, good luck getting it back. I mean, if you fight for it, and you better have a bunch of money somewhere for the lawyer, because you're going to have to fight them to get it back. It's not right, you know. I mean, I'm at that point, you know, where look, you try and take my house, I got nothing to lose. You know, I'll be homeless. I'll be living in a ditch. I don't make enough money to rent the place, you know. I might as well just fucking take your life. You know. I may lose mine too, but you'll be joining me. I got nothing to lose, you know what I'm saying? And because I think it's bullshit, you know. Hey, Derek, what's going on? Sorry I'm late, Big Jim. Just got in. Hello to everyone in chat. Okay, well, you missed the rant. And you missed me chewing out Thomas. he changed his name again. But, it is what it is. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely have issues with some of the shit that goes on in this country. I love America, But some of the shit we're doing is fucking wrong as shit. And if the founders were still alive, they'd be calling for civil war. I guarantee it, We're being taxed to death. We have no true ownership of anything, Prior to 1913, once you paid the mortgage on your house, and there was no interest back then, that was your land. That was your house forever, And when you died, you willed it to somebody. Now it's their house forever. No taxes, no bullshit, And that's we need to go back to that. And like I said, another guy pointed out too, he says, prior to 1913, there were no taxes. And yet we had roads, schools were operated, the infrastructure was being built. How did they do it without taxes? So taxes are just legalized theft. And it really needs to stop. I mean, our governor here in Florida is trying to do away with property tax. Well, he wanted to eliminate it altogether so you have true ownership of your house. Of course, they wouldn't let him. So he had to settle for a half-ass measure, which basically you still have to pay the school tax, but the rest of the taxes they want to exempt. Well, the school tax is 60% of your property tax, so you're really not getting a deal, Now, the only exemption is if you're a veteran, I think 65 or older, you're tax exempt on property tax, and I think pretty much every tax, really. They need to do that for non-veterans too. But it's just fucking bullshit. So what they want to do, and we have to vote on it in November, they need 60% of the vote, yes vote, is to raise the homestead exemption from $50,000 to $150,000 the first year. Second year, it gets raised to $250,000. Well, my house is worth less than $150,000 on the books, so I would become non-school tax exempt. But I still have to pay the school tax. Even though my kids have been out of school for 40 years, maybe. It's bullshit. So I don't know. I think ultimately they're going to try and do away with the school tax too. And we got lied to on that, Florida lottery is a fairly new thing. It's only been around for, I think, 40 years maybe, something like that. But I remember when it was a big deal. And the only way they got it through is we didn't want it. Nobody wanted it. It got voted down repeatedly year after year. And they finally said, look, if you let us do the Florida lottery, we'll take the proceeds from that and give it to the schools so it'll come off your property taxes. And everybody, oh, hell yeah. So, no more school property taxes because the lottery will cover it. Well, they lied. And they're still getting a ton of money from the lottery on top of our fucking property tax money. And we still have, I think we're rated number 49 in the nation for the poorest schools, the shittiest schools. So we're overpaying the teachers, apparently. Of course, I came up with a fix for that, too, I mean, some guys wouldn't be happy with it. I mean, look, when I was in fucking middle school, 8th grade, I was doing one of my teachers, man. Never told anybody. To this day, I still won't name her. But she wasn't all that much older than I was, She was like fresh out of college. Well, she wasn't bad looking. Why not, right? But now, prior to that, when I was up north, all our teachers were old and ugly. You'd be sitting in class, last thing you're thinking about is, do I want to jump those bones? I don't think so. So you solve two problems. The old people are wiser and smarter than the young people were. and you're not going to fucking fantasize about, betting them. So, and they work for nothing. They're already on Social Security. I think back then they got like $3,000 a year back when I was a kid. That was their pay. And they were more than happy with it, We need to go back to that. And they'd be happy as shit to work, But what do I know? Yeah, we all wished him a happy birthday, Derek. Russ says if you fail to pay your property taxes here in Oregon for 3 years, your home is no longer... Well, it's the same here. I don't know what the timeline is. But, and if it goes up for tax auction, and somebody pays your tax, they own your house. And you're out in the street. I'd say it's just wrong, I mean, that's why I always put a lot of emphasis paying my taxes, They're not bad here yet, I just applied for a senior discount. I won't know how much of a discount I'll get until November. I'm hoping it's substantial. But last year I paid almost $1,300. Year before that I paid, I think, 12 and change. It goes up every year a little bit, The first year I was here was $900. That's like, that ain't nothing, But it's, as I said, it's all bullshit. Joe says lottery here was supposed to go to schools and road work. Not one dime even ever went there at all. All it does is go to general fund. Yeah, and they piss it away. Tom says, Jim, yeah, they was happy with that amount because you could buy a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk for under $1. That's true. Even gas was only like, back then it was like $1, 98 cents somewhere. It was cheap. It was under $1 for a long time. And I remember when bread was, 3 loaves for $1. Now I'm paying $5 for a fucking loaf, and loaf is that fucking big. I mean, I used to get like 30 slices for, 3 for $1, right? Now you get this many for $5. What the fuck, And I think milk is like $8 now, so I think. I don't buy milk, but I think I glanced at the price a couple times. It was $8.49 or something like that. Property taxes in Cali are more than I paid for a house. Yeah, that's true. It's ridiculous. It's just legal theft is all it is, I said, well, the bitch, I mean, there's a war going on in Florida over this thing now. The politicians don't want to lose that revenue. So, of course, they're lying about it. Well, if you vote yes on, Proposition 3, I think is what it's called, but if you vote yes on that, there won't be any more police to protect you, There won't be any fire departments to put out your house fire. They're lying, of course, And our governor pointed that out. It's like, look, they're wasting billions of dollars every year on bullshit, They have more than enough money to pay for infrastructure, and that's all they should be paying for. But they've doubled our taxes in the last, I think, 15 years. And by 2030, they're supposed to double again. All they're doing is putting people out in the street. I mean, when you get down to it. Milk is $4 a gallon here. That's not bad. Like I said, well, prices are ridiculous everywhere, but so it's just, oh yeah, and a lot of illegals are getting that money. That's a good point, I mean, if you apply for asylum, you get $450,000. No questions asked. Here's a check for $450,000, almost $500,000, just for claiming asylum. Makes you want to leave the country, sneak in with a new name, and say, I don't feel safe in my old country. That's why I'm coming here. I want to apply for asylum. You get a quick $500,000, And I know a few people actually got it. So, I mean, I'm not just talking out of my ass here. There was some other from Albania, I think. years ago. They were living across the street from me. They bought the house. The house was $150,000. Paid cash for it. They came here penniless, right? And then they were building another house down the street. And I asked them, where do you get all the money from? He said, well, your government takes care of us. They give us, $450,000. I like to fucking had a heart attack, man. Like, what the fuck? Hey, Russ, milk up here in Canada is $5 to $6 for 3 liters. That's like a little more than 3 quarts. Less than a gallon. That's a lot of money. It's bullshit, If you want to come over here, go to fucking work like the rest of us did and make your own damn money, And if you came over with the shirt on your back, well, that's your fucking problem. Not mine. As I said, it's all bullshit. And then they wonder why we have no money. Meanwhile, we give Israel, $15 billion a year. We've been doing it for, I think, as long as I've been alive. $15 billion each and every year. Why are we paying them? They're not doing anything for us. I have nothing against the Jews, don't get me wrong. But why are we paying them? It's ridiculous, And how much money did, those other assholes, Obama and Biden, give to Iran? Billions and billions of dollars they gave them. Then they used the money to fucking kill us with anyway. What the fuck? If it were my call, I'd say, you know what? Nobody gets nothing. We'll sell you shit at a much higher price than what you've been accustomed to. Because, we got to make money. But we're not giving you nothing. Once you run out of options and you can't work anymore like a lot of us seniors, that's true, you're out on the street. And there's a lot of people that are homeless and they shouldn't be. You can even live in your car because in most states it's illegal to live in your car. In Florida they made it illegal. You can't technically, I guess you can technically live in your car, but you can't sleep in your car unless you're in a private driveway and got the landowner's permission to do it. If you do it out in public, in a parking lot or even a park, you're going to jail. And there's no reason for it. They did a story on this woman, I think she was down near Miami or Lauderdale, it was about a year ago. She was in her 80s, living in her fucking car because she couldn't afford rent for anything. This is before they came up with the, you can't sleep in your car bullshit, but I'm thinking there's no reason for that, I know. It's bullshit, ain't it, Tom? Well, that's right. They kicked the veterans out of the hotels so they could bring the illegals in. What the fuck did the illegals do for America? Nothing. At least the fucking veterans actually fought in foreign wars to protect us. Now, we'll just throw them out in the street because, we don't care. But we'll put these fucking, non-English speaking fucking criminals in a fucking expensive hotel and give them, there was some guy was saying they give them PlayStations and everything. They live for free in the hotel. They feed them, they fucking give them money, they get PlayStations in every room, they get food stamps. What the fuck? And I don't know why we haven't drug half of these fucking politicians out in the street, threw some ropes over the light poles, and, took care of business. It needs to happen. Because it ain't right. I went shopping there. Yeah, a hamburger here is almost $10 a pound. It's like $9.59, something like that a pound for the good stuff, but still. I bought patties because I usually get Omaha steaks, but I had a rough month. I really couldn't afford to buy Omaha, so they didn't give me my $30 discount, which they usually do every month. So I went to Winn-Dixie and I bought a 36 or a 24 pack of burger patties. 36 fucking dollars. And they're not that good. I mean, they're real greasy and shit, you know, because they're just like the bottom of the barrel burgers, you know. The Bubba Burgers, I'd have bought them because they're actually better. Bubba Burgers were $15 for 10 of them. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? You know. So it's crazy. Now I got my Omaha order in today, as a matter of fact. And they changed the whole site, and I'm pissed off about that. But and it was complicated. I couldn't figure it out for a while, you know, because it used to be, you type in the search bar what you want. I get the hot dogs, and I used to get the smash burgers. They're a little cheaper than the regular burgers. So they'd bring up all the pictures I wanted, and you could choose what quantity you wanted, and they would give you the price. Yes, but $1 is worth $1 in your own country. That's true. Not here, though. $1 is only worth like 27 cents because of inflation. That's what they claim anyway. They give a lot of illegals yeah, I know, it's bullshit, you know. Anyway, I'd give them a swift kick in the ass, point them toward the fucking border fence. Go back where you came from. So, yeah, Russ says, it's hard to compare, Floyd. Canadian dollar is only worth 70 cents of a U.S. dollar. Sounds like it really equivalent to my $4 gallon of milk. Probably. Big Mac fries and drink here is almost $19. It's $24 here. I won't buy that shit anyway. You know, I go to Culver's and get the burger meal, but you get a real hamburger, thick ass burger, a big bag of fries, and a medium Coke for $22.93 for 2 orders. Well, I get the double butternut cheeseburger. My wife gets the single butternut cheeseburger. And it's the whole thing. Both meals are $22 complete. We went to McDonald's, it'd be over $25. And McDonald's, you know what the fuck you're buying. Tom says, I got ground beef. Burger patties, good size, 8 in the pack for $10.50. I thought that was a good price. That's not bad. You know, that's like $1.25 each, something like that. So, $1.50, I think. I'm not sure. Not terrible. Like I said, well, the food's very expensive in Florida now. And most of the food is garbage anyway, you know. And they shut down the only Winn-Dixie we had on this end of town. Now I got to go to the other end of town to their Winn-Dixie. And it's a real pain in the ass because they got to drive so much further. I don't really like Publix, and Publix is expensive. Walmart's actually almost as far as the Winn-Dixie is, and I won't shop in fucking Walmart anymore, man. Yeah, Joe at Mickey D used to get change back. The only way you do that now is to pay with a $50 bill. That's the truth, Floyd. It's fucking ridiculous. But, you know, I was just saying that, you know, we're taking care of people that don't deserve it. And most of them would shit on us in a heartbeat anyway. A lot of them are shitting on us, you know. You guys watch that movie Citizen Vigilante yet? If you haven't seen it, watch it. Matter of fact, if you want it, send me your email. I'll send you the movie. You know, on your email, it goes through OneDrive, but it's a complete unedited movie. It's really good. It takes place in Europe. It's about the Army Hammer. He's the vigilante. He kicks some fucking ass, man. That's what he does. He kills illegals. Especially if, you know, if they're rapists or murderers or whatever. I mean, it's Pretty good. I liked it. It was a good movie. Matter of fact, they're trying to ban it in most of Europe because they're afraid it'll give people ideas to, take out the immigrants over there. And they need to. Russ says, I go to Taco Bell and get deluxe cravings box with drink for $7 US. That is my inflation fighter. Yeah, there you go. Not bad. I saw the previews. Yeah, it's a good movie, man. I sent it to everybody. I think I sent it to you, Tom. Everybody that's on my Wise Guy list, I sent them a link for it. Well, not really a link, but it goes to OneDrive. You have to download it on your hard drive. It won't work on your phone. You have to bring it into your computer, and you can watch it on that. Because I had one of my friends, he sent the link to a friend of his, a woman friend, and she said, I can't open it up. And I'm thinking, well, she should be able to. So I wrote her a letter, and I said, you got to download this into your computer. If you don't have OneDrive, you can get it for free, and it'll open it up in your computer. But it will not work on your cell phone. So she wrote me back and said, oh, I was trying to download it on the phone. No, you can't download a movie on the phone. It just won't do it. But I tell you, it's a really good movie, and it's so powerful. Like I said, it's banned in Germany, and I think Italy and England are trying to ban it as well, because they're afraid that somebody's going to get the idea and start taking out those fucking ragheads that are over there, and they need to, If I lived over there and somebody raped my wife or my daughter, I'd fucking kill them. Without even blinking an eye. And I'd make it as painful and as torturous as possible. Just because. Tom says, Floyd says, prices are just outrageous nowadays. That's true. Tom says, I saw today an ICE agent killed an illegal who was in a car trying... Yeah, I read about that. My comment, that's one less we have to deport. I agree 100%, man. I didn't write a comment, but... I do make comments like that on occasion, though. And it's true, Derek says, the only price I've ever seen go down was gas and eggs, because we all bitched about it and the politicians knows it means votes. That's very true, Derek, And boycotting works, too. Years ago, and some of you younger guys wouldn't know this, but I think it was in the early 80s, meat went through the roof. Price of beef went, and everybody stopped buying it. And they just, we can't afford it, we're not buying it. Well, then all of a sudden they had a glut of it, and the beef retailers said, we got to lower the price of this shit. And they did. Same thing happened with coffee and toilet paper. They like tripled the price of coffee one year, and people said, I can't afford that, and they stopped drinking it. And boy, the price dropped down so fast it'd have your head spinning. And if we did that with everything, we wouldn't be paying for half of this shit, I'm going to see the movie Washington tomorrow. Oh, Washington's supposed to be pretty good, too. I heard about it. I haven't seen it yet. There's a lot of good movies out there, but I love vigilante movies anyway, Because it's what we all want, We want somebody to go out there and, take care of business the only way it should be taken care of. And, some people, would think you're, a lunatic or something, but you got to do what you got to do. Tom says, I do not like or eat eggs. It did not bother me any, but they all complained and they went down. I noticed. Yeah, they did. Well, here in Florida, here in Sebring, eggs got up to, I think it was $12 a dozen. And people stopped buying. Of course, we don't have that problem. We got chickens, they lay them for free almost, So we have fresh eggs, and I'm not a big egg eater either. Although, I will eat them if I need to, but I don't really like them. But yeah, the prices dropped. I think they're down to I think I saw them for $3.99 a dozen now, which is not terrible. Russ, a couple of burritos from Taco Bell will give you a few extra gallons of gas for the price. Yeah, there you go. But no, it's true. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Well, the car industry is going through the same thing right now. The average price for a car is $50,000. You know, unless you want a little shit box, you might be able to get that for $40,000. But if you want a decent car, it's going to be about $55,000. If you want a high-end car, you're looking at $70,000 up. If you want a Ford F-150, they're starting at $60,000. Nobody can afford that shit, you know. So they're not buying them. So now there's I got hundreds of thousands of cars that aren't getting sold. They said, we can't even give the fuckers away, you know. First off, they're all junk anyway, but, you know, so it's and that's a good thing. And we should not buy any more cars so they pull all the crap out of them. You know, all the computers and shit, we don't need that crap. And lower the price. That simple. Jim, how much feed do you spend and how many eggs do you yield? Is it a wash? Well, it's tough. I mean, there is an expense involved. Now, I've been telling Deb we should start growing our own feed. Because they'll eat herbs and stuff, and it's just as nutritious as the feed you buy in the store. You know. So she'll spend $12 on a 50-pound bag of chicken feed. And the chickens, they'll eat quite a bit. I mean, if you let them. You got to, regulate their intake. Every chicken lays 1 egg a day, pretty much. I've never seen them lay more than 1 egg a day, but you always get at least 1 a day. So, I mean, we have a shitload of eggs right now. Because like I said, I stopped eating them. I could eat them for a while, I scrambled. And then I can't eat them for a while, And then maybe in another year or two, I'll start eating them again for a while and I'll have to stop. And Deb, she's not a big egg fan either. And a lot of times we'll feed the chickens their own eggs. It's not cannibalism, believe it or not. You would think it would be, but they love protein and eggs are full of protein. So we'll feed it. She'll scramble up the eggs, feed it to them, and that helps them lay more eggs. So in a way, it's actually very inexpensive to have the chickens, And I mean, if they get sick and die, it's no big deal. You don't want them to, but we're not going to run a chicken to a vet and spend, $100 to make it well again. Fuck it, let it die, Floyd says egg salad sandwiches. You say, I don't eat none of that stuff. I mean, I'm a real picky eater, but my wife probably does. But like I said, after a while, you can... here's my meal schedule's like this. I don't generally eat breakfast, okay? I just not big on breakfast. Once in a while I'll have a bagel or a muffin, English muffin, but not very often. Lunch I'm either going to have a hot dog, and I don't get the cheap, I get the all beef hot dogs, no fillers, nothing but pure beef. I'll have a hot dog, or I'll have a grilled cheese sandwich. For dinner, I'm going to have a burger and some sort of a potato, whether it be French fries, mashed potatoes, baked potato, fried potatoes. I love potatoes. And we make them in the air fryer, so they're not bad for you because there's no grease. And that's basically what I eat every fucking day, And I don't care. It's not a big deal, every now and then we'll spring for a pizza or something, You get that, I'd love to have a pizza night. All right, well, here's $20, go buy a pizza, Or we'll go out to eat, and that's rare, 2 or 3 times a month, maybe. We'll go to Culver's and same deal, burger and fries, But, and I was buying steak for a while, but steaks have gotten kind of pricey. I used to like to have steak on Sunday night, so I'd buy enough steak for the 4 Sundays of the month. But now it's so expensive, I really can't do it. If it comes down in price, I'll start buying steak again, because I love a good steak, But I'm not going to spend $30, $40 on a fucking cut of meat. I'm just not going to do it. So, but that's my meal plan, basically, And actually, it's kind of good for me because of my diabetes, but because you're supposed to eat more protein than you are carbs. Oh, and sometimes at night before I go to bed, a couple hours before, I'll have a peanut butter sandwich, you know. And that's really about all I eat, you know. Every now and then I'll buy snacks around here. I'll buy Little Debbie um, cupcakes or something, you know. And I'll have maybe one or two every day. It's not a big deal, you know. I don't eat a lot, you know. And it's like I don't need a variety. You know, I eat because I have to, not because I really enjoy it, you know. I know some people that really enjoy eating. I've never been like that. I mean, I'll eat because I have to. I used to eat a lot of pasta, but that's not a good thing for diabetics, so I have a lot of it in case things go bad. I have 80 pounds of fucking rice if we ever run out of food, you know. And rice is sufficient to keep you alive. I mean, look, the Chinese live on rice. You know, the Koreans live on rice. Can't be that bad for you. So, you know, it is what it is, but, yeah. The rest of your question, Tom, is we have, I think we have either 8 or 10 chickens and 2 roosters. One of them roosters has got to go because crowing out of one's enough. Crowing out of 2 of them is a real pain in the ass. But Deb bought chicks, you know, so you can't sex them that easily because they don't have external sex organs. They're internal. So the only way you can tell what they are is it's either going to lay an egg or crow. If it crows, it's a rooster. If it lays an egg, it's obviously a chicken. And that's real. I mean, professionals can sex them. Even, I guess, when they're real, real young, but you flip them over, there's, you know, what they call a vent. It's a hole, basically. And both have it, you know. Rooster has a vent. Chicken has a vent. You know. Roosters do not have dicks, by the way. They just don't, you know. Joseph's got to go, guys. Take doggy for a short walk before it's all right. Cool, Joe. Well, listen, enjoy your walk, and we'll see you next week, man. So, you know, they're weird. I studied up on it because, you know, when we got involved with chickens, I figured it'd be good to know what the fuck's going on, you know. And, of course, they recommend a rooster so you can produce your own chicks, you know. Problem is Deb doesn't really let the rooster have any of the chickens as a rule because she won't eat a fertilized egg. Not a big deal, you know. Unless you wait too long and you're going to eat a chicken. But, you know, you can put them in front of a bright 100-watt light bulb, the egg, and you can see the embryo if there's one. If you don't see it, it's not fertilized, you know. And they actually do this in the factories before they ship them to the stores. Fertilized eggs are set aside to be hatched to make more chickens. Unfertilized eggs go straight to the stores. So, you know, you learn a little bit here and there. Like I said, you know, why they call it a vent, I have no idea. You know, it's basically a big hole in the bird. Is it a vagina? Is it an asshole? Hell, I don't know. It's just a vent, you know. And both birds have it. And it's funny, you ever seen a rooster take a chicken? The rooster jumps on the chicken, and literally that quick it jumps off and it fertilizes. I don't know how they do it. Candling the eggs. Yeah, there you go. You know. It's what it is. Now, the first time I read that, I'm going, that can't be right. Yeah. And one fucking rooster attacked me. And roosters are sneaky. They'll wait for you to turn your back on them. Because the one rooster she lets run around the yard, it stays in front of stays close to the chickens because, you know, the chickens are in their cages. They're their coops. And she doesn't really want the rooster fertilizing the eggs, so she doesn't let them near the chicken. So the chicken will walk around. I was going out to my scooter one day out of the shed, and I was talking to Deb, and I turned my back, and that motherfucker pecked me right in the back of the leg. You motherfucker, you know. And I couldn't turn around fast enough to kick him into a wall, because that's what we're supposed to do. You know, you don't kill it. It won't kill it, but you got to show it who's superior. Chicken sex. How did we get here? I don't know, Russ. It just kind of just morphed into it, man, you know. It's fucking Tom's fault, you know. He's the one who asked about the eggs. It just kind of morphed into it. But, and chickens are kind of funny. I mean, they're stupid in a way, but they're not in another way. It's a foul conversation, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, and I told Deb, I says, you know, because sometimes she gets disgusted with them. Because you do have to take care of them. You have to make sure they're fed every day. Got to make sure they have plenty of water to drink. If it's real hot out, sometimes you have to hose them down, you know, to cool them off. And you know, sometimes we don't have one, but sometimes you get like a little kiddie pool and put about this much water in it, and the chickens will dive in and cool off in it, you know. And they're kind of really smart in a way. It's Heath's fault. There you go. Hey, Kev, you know, if you say his name 3 times, he'll show up in the chat, right? But, I mean, you know, but I said to Deb, I said, look, I said, you know, if worse comes to worse, I don't think it'll ever happen, but if it did, and somehow we couldn't get any food, you know, the transportation was broken down, or, you know, the supply chain broke down, we have our own food here, you know. And like I said, the chickens, they'll eat bugs and stuff. And that's their protein that keep them laying eggs. So, and you could grow like herbs and shit. They'll eat that shit. And certain grasses, it's good for them. And it helps them produce eggs. So, I mean, if you do it right, they become self-sufficient. It don't really cost you anything. We haven't got to that point yet, but, you know, we're working on it. So, and the feed really is inexpensive. $12 on average for a 50-pound bag of, you know, layer feed, and they have cracked corn. They have the only thing that's expensive is the mealworms. A small bag of mealworms is like $20. Man, they love them things. You know, they're dead. The worms are, but man, they go nuts off of that shit, man. Because for a while there, I was buying them a bag a month, you know. Here's some fucking mealworms. Well, they'll fight over that shit, you know. Well, I mean, overall, like I said, it's food. You know, I have backup food. You know, food stores, about a year's worth of food. 80 pounds of fucking rice just right off the bat. I've got freeze-dried food. I've got canned food. You know, tons of pasta. So I'm not worried. If they shut the food supply off tomorrow, I'd be good for at least a year longer if I ration it. So, but I don't think that's going to happen, honestly, you know. I hope not, anyway. In today's society, you have to put back some food anyway. You know, my wife, she doesn't like to stockpile food. She goes, why are we buying everything for? I said, well, you know, if the food runs out for some reason, we'll have food, you know. Well, that ain't going to happen. I said, well, it probably won't. But what if it does, you know? It doesn't go bad, so what difference does it make, you know? What came first, the chicken rooster? The rooster lit a cigarette and finally answered the age-old question. Actually, I think the rooster's the only one that can come anyway. I don't think chickens come. You know, you had to ask that question, didn't you? And they say I'm a pervert. I mean, I could be, but not all the time. So, I mean, like I said, it's not a big deal. And in a way, they are kind of fun to raise. Deb treats them like they're her children. Surprised she hasn't named the fucking things yet. Me, every time she says something, it's Deb, they're food. Never forget, at the end of the day, a chicken is food. If we needed meat, well, somebody in there gonna die. It's just the way it is. I'm not eating the fucking dogs. The dogs are family members. Chickens are just fucking food. She gets mad at me when I say that, but it's the truth, though. It's food. You should never name your food. You can name your pets. Don't name your food. Then, I know you guys have probably heard about this problem with the new ticks. The ticks, they spread that, what the hell is it called? Something gal or gal something. It's a fucking disease that the chick gives you that won't let you eat meat. You go into anaphylactic shock and die. It was done on purpose, of course. Hey, Steve87, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. I believe God created Adam first, the rooster. That's true. That's what we're told anyway. Of course, if you really want to get thrown for a loop, Eve was not the first woman. Lilith was. If you don't believe me, look it up. But Lilith would refuse to submit to Adam. In other words, she wouldn't get below, underneath them. She wanted to be on top, and he said, no, that ain't the way things work. So God gave her an ultimatum, either submit or get the hell out of the Garden of Eden. She left. And then Adam complained to God about it, because I think Lilith was made from the dirt too, just like Adam was. But of course, Eve was made from Adam's rib, so she was closer to Adam than Lilith was. I know, it's weird shit, but read into it, man. I've looked into all this shit, and I'm heavily interested into, the Christian religion, whatever, in the Bible. So, anyway. What the hell were we talking about? Yeah, so, it's good to have some food put back, because you never know, And if I see a good sale, like I love BOGOs, buy one, get one. If I see BOGO on something, I'm probably going to buy it. Yeah. I never see BOGOs on the stuff I really want. Well, sometimes you did BOGOs on the seasoned potatoes. And I said, nah, I'm buying them fucking things, so I bought 2 bags of them. Buy one, get one. Pierogies, I love pierogies. A lot of times they're buy one, get one. I'll do that. Cheese, I love cheese. That's more times than not. Cheese is buy one, get one. I always do BOGO on the cheese. If it was today, we would have no idea who Adam or Eve was, or what they actually were. Oh yeah, right? I don't understand that either, What is a woman? Well, let's see. One pitches, one receives. How hard is it to figure out? I don't know. Fucking people are stupid. Of course, it'd probably be Adam and Steve now, Sorry, Steve, but, they like to use that name for, the gay benefactor. I don't know. I don't really care. I get pissed off, though. Sometimes I'll do a survey, on the internet, and they'll ask you, are you a man? Are you a woman? Are you binary? Are you something else? It's like, what the fuck, Either a man or a woman. There ain't nothing else, man. I think one of these days I'm going to put something else and see if I get ejected from the survey or not. You know? Maybe they're weeding them out. Maybe they're not. Isn't it? Ray says, we get hen fruit from the neighbor down the road at a great price, always fresh. Cool. Oh, that's what Deb wanted. She wanted to sell some of the. We have so many eggs. We probably got like 150 eggs in the fridge, you know. And unless you wash them, they'll last a long time. You don't even have to refrigerate them for a long time. But once you wash them and then refrigerate them, then they have a lifespan. So I don't think she's washing them, but she does keep them in the fridge. And I said, well, you know, if you're not going to eat them, you should at least, you know, make them for the chickens and let them eat them, you know. And they love scrambled eggs. It sounds like they'd be cannibalism, but it's really not. Answer all the above and let them scratch their heads. There you go. I didn't think of that one. Although, most internet surveys, they don't let you do that. You got to pick one, you know. If it was a piece of paper, I'd put them all down, you know. Then there was one survey I got, is how do you identify? Yeah. Well, last I looked, I got a dick, so I must be a man, you know. On a post today, I posted you're a bitch or an asshole. Not sure how you like my pronouns for you. There you go. It's true, though, to some degree. The man has a penis and the woman has a vagina. How hard can that be to understand? You'd be surprised, Russ. Hey, what was it, the fucking, oh yeah, Ketanji Brown Wilson, or whatever the fuck her name is? The Supreme Court Justice that Biden put in? They asked her if she could identify a woman. She couldn't. She is a woman, but she can't identify one. Okay. You know. And she's a Supreme Court Justice. Yeah, we're fucked, you know. What the hell are all these people? I mean, I know what the difference is. I think 99% of the population does. The other 1%, well, they're off in La La Land, apparently. And once again, that's not my problem. But who the hell knows? So, our world is seriously fucked up, man. And I'm just, you know, I'm really worried because we're going to be electing a new governor for next year, you know, because Governor DeSantis is at the end of his final term. Governors are term limited in Florida, which I also think is stupid. Best governor we've ever had in Florida in my lifetime, and he can only do 2 terms. Stupid. So yeah, we got a black guy that's running. He's endorsed by President Trump, by most of the Christian-based charities things. He's like the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I don't want a black guy as governor of Florida. And of course the reason is simple, because, you know, and I'm not being racist. I don't think so anyway. I like a lot of black people. I have black neighbors. We get along good and all. But anytime you put a black politician in office, whether it be mayor, governor, you know, street sweeper, dog catcher, that guy's going to get corrupt, and he's going to rip off the citizens of the county that or state that he serves. Every fucking time. There's never been a black politician who hasn't fucked over his office. And I'm pretty sure the same thing's going to happen with this guy. Plus, he's a liar right off the bat, you know. Oh, I'm all for losing the property taxes. That was after he said that he didn't like doing away with property taxes, but that pissed everybody off. He was also anti-abortion or pro-abortion until that pissed everybody off. Now he's anti-abortion. So he just, you know, however the wind is blowing, that's what he talks about. I don't trust him. I don't like him, and it looks like he may win the governorship, and I'm really upset about it. And I've been using my wise guy videos to, you know, crank down on him every chance I get. I'm even thinking about setting up a YouTube channel, because I'll get more exposure that way, to try and convince people not to vote for this asshole. I don't know what's going to happen. Absolutely, Russ. They pull the race card. Russ, the penis can be very hard if it's a good vagina. That's true. Well, Rick, to find out for sure, does the ask for a date or reject a date? That should clear it up, too. Yeah, could be. Rick says he messes around with the two lesbos at the other end of the factory. There you go. I agree with term limits because otherwise you get crap like Pelosi. Well, yeah, but once again, though, you got to remember the Democrats have cheated. You cannot convince me that Pelosi's been in office for what, 30-some years, and was voted in legitimately, yet her district is a shithole. I mean, the people, they could be that stupid, but it doesn't seem likely. I believe she cheated to stay in. But always hard to lose a good one due to the... You know, that's what I'm saying. If the people voted properly and they eliminated cheating, you wouldn't need term limits, you know. I mean, and I agree with you 100%. Pelosi should not have been there as long as she has. No, yeah, but she's a fucking, you know, inside trading. She should be swinging off a rope for treason. But yet she gets away with it because, you know, the rest of the clan's in on it too. And that's probably our fault because, you know, we don't hold their feet to the fire. A good example, I remember in California, Governor Brown, remember they recalled him, they kicked him out. He waited 2 terms and he ran again and won. Why was he allowed to run again? If you get recalled from your fucking office, you should be banned for life for that office. You know, whoever makes these rules, they ain't fucking thinking, you know. Same thing with, you know, New York. That one fucking guy that he resigned. I can't remember his name now. Because, you know, he was guilty of killing elderly people during the COVID thing in the nursing homes, among other things. He ran on the same ticket as Ma'am Danny. How is he allowed to run again? How is Ma'am Danny even allowed to run? You know, we don't fucking use our brains in this country. If you're a communist, you should either be swinging off a rope or getting deported. And if you've gotten thrown out of office or forced to resign, you should be banned for life from ever holding that office again. It's ridiculous. No people are that stupid. Remember the congressman from PA that was convicted of embezzlement but ran and got reelected for his fifth? Oh, that's right. But once again, though, did he really get reelected or did he rig the votes? That's what I'm saying. There's so much cheating going on, especially among the Democrats. You know. Look, if it takes you a month after the election's over to figure out who won because you're still counting votes, you know that they're cheating, you know. And there should be a basic rule. At midnight, when the election's over, whatever you counted, that's what you counted. If you didn't get your vote in on time or didn't get counted on time, oh well. You know, next time, be a little early on it. Florida, we count all our votes by midnight of election night. What's the problem? If we can do it, we have a large population, everybody else can. Moonbeam Brown. Yeah, that's right, Moonbeam Brown. Oh, never voted for that asshole either. Well, I'm sure because he was an idiot, you know. And about as corrupt as you could get. They said they pulled them out on a recall vote. You know, I think it was 2 terms later or the next term, I don't remember which. He fucking ran again and won. Because I know people have short memories. But I really do question them, you know, how stupid are you, you know. The same with, you know, New York. I mean, I don't believe that man Dammy actually won. I think he cheated. You know. And if he did win because there was a legitimate vote count, then yes, those people are stupid and they get what they deserve. And I think that's one of the reasons why Trump hasn't intervened yet. I think he's going to try and teach New Yorkers a lesson and let them suffer a little bit before he does something. And I don't blame him, you know. I mean, for once, we probably, because there's so many people, especially Gen Zers, they believe communism is the greatest thing since sliced bread, you know. Socialism, communism, same thing, really. So maybe we should let them get a taste of it, and when they lose their asses and they're fucking begging for breadcrumbs, maybe then they'll figure it out, you know. And maybe that's probably what Trump is doing. He said, I'll wait till it gets so bad that they beg for fucking intervention. We'll see. Tom says, we all know the Democrats cheat. Why do you think they're against? Well, of course they do. Why do you think they're against deportation? Because we know illegals are voting. If illegals are getting driver's licenses and CDLs, what's one step more to let them vote? You know. I mean, do they really think we're that stupid that we can't see the truth in this? Yeah. Well, like I said, what should happen, well, I guess they're going to, I think it was in Pennsylvania maybe, the government there, I think the governor, said anybody caught cheating, we will hold the fucking election people responsible for allowing it to happen. Well, that should have been the law to begin with, you know. If you allow a vote to be counted that you know shouldn't be, let you take the brunt, and they'll stop doing it if it means prison for them, you know. Did you see the U.S. soccer meme? They said the game isn't official lost yet because California hasn't finished counting the goals. Good one, Steve. It's true, though, you know. I mean, look, with the technology we have today and all, there's no reason why it should take weeks or even months to tally up the votes. You know, especially when the Republicans are ahead on election night, but the next morning the Democrats jump way ahead of them. That's pretty obvious to see what happened there, you know. And I think people should be swinging off a rope that have anything to do with any of that shit. Forget jail time or prison. Let's just fucking hang them. In New Jersey, when you get a driver's license, you automatically register to vote. That's why our asshole governor gave all illegals a free untested DL. Exactly. Well, they were doing it everywhere. You know, I think even in Florida, they had it. They don't anymore, but DeSantis put a stop to it. But they had what they call a motor voter. So when you went and got your driver's license, you're automatically registered to vote. Which is bullshit. First off, these fucking illegals shouldn't even be getting driver's licenses, let alone the ability to vote. You know. They should be getting a one-way ticket back where they fucking came from. That's another thing. I read yesterday that the government's going to pay, I think it's $2,600, $2,600 for any Haitian that voluntarily deports himself. Why are we paying them to leave? You know, I'd be out there with the AK saying, all right, here's the deal. You fucking leave or I shoot you. What do you want to do? Pretty sure I know the answer, you know. That's the way we need to handle it. Paying them to leave is fucking stupid. And it's our money. You know, if you paid taxes, you're paying for that motherfucker to go home. It's bullshit, I tell you. Ain't right. I went to go draw blood on Tuesday. Well, me and the wife had to do it at the same time. So it's down about 13 miles south of here, where I live, in Lake Placid. You got 27, which is, like the major highway. And I'm speed limit 65. I'm generally doing about 70 as a rule. Anyway, get up behind the semi. He's all over the fucking place. He's in the slow lane, and I'm in the fast lane. I'm like, I don't want to ride next to him because he's literally crossing the line, And I'm thinking, well, that's either some fucking dumbass that hasn't slept in days, or it's an illegal. Because there's still illegals that are driving trucks, They're trying to weed them out, but I guess they can't get them all at once for some reason. So I finally said, you know what, I'm just going to blow by this fucker. So I had picked it up to like 90 miles an hour and blew by him, watching very closely where he was going. He almost sideswiped me a couple of times before I got by him. And I look up in the cab, it's some fucking foreigner, look like a raghead. And I'm thinking, damn good well that fucker shouldn't be driving. Put them all on a drone plane, no pilot, no crew. Fly it over the ocean and turn off all power. There you go. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you that video. You gotta love this. Gerald Stewart sent it to me, and I saved it. It's 11 minutes long. It's got nothing to do with trains, but it's really, really cool. Especially the drone footage. I'm going to play that right now for you. Let's see. Hopefully the internet won't fuck up too much.
Guys, I hope you're sitting down for this one, because this Independence Day ad I am about to show you is beyond epic.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Holy crap, that was epic. I need a cigarette after that one.
Now, if that wasn't enough, then you need to see this. It's America's most insane drone show ever.
To celebrate America's 250th birthday, we're going to fly 2,500 drones tonight. This is the largest 4th of July display that has ever happened.
Wow, that's incredible. I think I want to become a drone pilot now. Look at it go! Yes! This is amazing!
Check out how they celebrated America's birthday in Japan.
That's it! I'm going to Japan!
Zoran's July 4th video was way worse than you think.
Happy 250th birthday, America. 2.5 centuries of empire built on the backs of the oppressed. Your founding fathers were colonizers. Your freedom is a lie for the rich. We reject your capitalism, your wars, your 4th of July. The workers of the world will unite and bury you. The revolution is coming. America is the great imperialist Satan, exploiting the global prostitution. We will seize the means of production and destroy the capitalist system, from each according to his ability to each according to his need. Damn you, America! Long live the revolution!
Bring it on, you dirty little commie! There are plenty more of us than there are of you! My fellow patriots, before we continue with the second half of the video, we need to thank our legends of generosity, Alan B. of Manchester, Missouri, and Kenyatta B. of Brooklyn, New York. Well now, if you'd like to support Puppetgate, simply scan one of the QR codes on your screen or click the link in the pinned comment. And if donating isn't in the cards today, you can still lend a hand by signing up for our free newsletter. Every bit of support helps keep this great operation rolling.
Be kind, be woke, be the change.
保持觉醒，推动变革。
Woke and proud, marching loud.
我们骄傲前进。
Diversity and unity, woke committee.
共同进步。
Be the change, rearrange.
I thought that was cool, especially the drone show, man. In answer to your question, Tom, I didn't see that. That's pretty cool, though. They went from San Francisco to Washington, D.C. with the flag. Handed off to runners, how carried the flag, thought. Yeah, that would have been cool to see. Train man, I didn't know you were in here. And that was kind of quick. You're in and then you're gone, I guess. So yeah, that was Gerald. Gerald Stewart sent that to me, and I thought that'd be cool to put up. It's amazing what they could do with those drones, isn't it? 2,500 drones, and they can get it to do that shit. That's fucking cool, I guess. Weird, but cool. I don't know. Anyway. Let's see what else we got going on here. That's about it, really. Pogo, you asleep down there? Yeah, Pogo, he loves to nap underneath the table. So, I don't know what I'm going to do for next week. Hopefully I'll get that Motorman running, maybe. We'll see. If I can quit screwing around and get something accomplished, but yeah, try and pick something that I think I could take on for the week and run with it. So maybe I should concentrate on that Motorman, like I said. At least get it started, you know. get the base put in the fascia here and get power to it, that sort of thing. No, we'll see, but I don't know. We'll just have to go as we go, right? Well, I'm still waiting for a couple of things from Temu. The wheels on this chair are shot. One of them already broke off. The only way I can move the chair is to get up and drag it. Did I seal the roof with the shed? No, not yet. It really hasn't been that much rain here, and it has to rain a certain way for it to leak. And I've been screwing around, but I've got the silicone. I just gotta get up there and do it. But it's been so damn hot out there that I don't really want to do it outside. You know, it's this heat's it's been close to 100 here. It's actually what the heat index or the feels like. It's been over 100. So I tend not to be outside if I can help it. I got to mow the lawn again because like I said, every time it rains, the lawn mows. I think it grows like 2 inches. So I could get on that too yet. But what the hell was I going to say? Yeah, I forgot what the hell it was now. But like I said, I get what I get done, and that's all I can do. Oh yeah, I ordered wheels for this chair. I need a new chair, but I can't afford one right now. I want to get another Secret Labs chair, and they're kind of expensive. I'm looking at about $600. I'll have to get it on time payments anyway, but I just can't afford it right now. So I ordered some big, I think they're 3 inches tall, urethane wheels. Because he's got those stupid little plastic ones on there, the rollers. They're fucking useless. The polyurethane wheels will roll over anything. I mean, I got, floor tiles. But it's still the little wheels, they pick up dust and then they stop rolling. I've had that problem with the last 3 chairs I've had in here. So I saw those and they were $28 for 5 of them. I went ahead and ordered them. I'm supposed to get them within 14 days. So I think that they're supposed to be here before January 14th. So they could be here any time, but I think they just left Chino, California yesterday, I believe. So shouldn't take maybe but three or 4 days to get here. Can't wait. Then I could roll around and it'd be great, because I want to be able to get to that bench back there, behind me, without having to pick this thing up and don't run over the post. No, he keeps his tail tucked under him. He's a smart dog. Tom says, I am working on my large screen TV in the train room. Have a plan using chain hanging with eye hooks to hold the TV while I take it off the brackets. Yeah, that's why you should have to get Barbara to help you out. Probably. I would help you, but that's a long ways to drive just to help you out for an hour. I wish you did live down here close by. But yeah, I saw that you were talking about on your show last night. And when you say you were gonna mount that sound bar above the TV on the same chains. I don't know why you need a sound bar on that, but what the hell. My TVs, the ones in the house, they have the cords on them, the ropes or whatever, pull tabs. I think the one in my bedroom, the second bedroom, and the living room have those. And the beauty is you just pull them down and you can tilt the TV forward. You still have to lift it off the bracket, but it releases the bottom catches. So if you pull the ropes, the TV won't fall down. If that's what I remember you saying you were concerned with that hitting the layout. That won't happen. And you can actually do one at a time. So put one hand on the bottom of the TV, pull the one cord, pull it out, hold it out, and pull the other one, and you'll release both catches, and then just lift the TV up and over. That's the way they work. That's the way mine work anyway. I thought it was pretty slick because the one in here, well, this comes out and it swings around and shit. But you have to get a long screwdriver to undo the two screws that hold it on the bracket. And then you pip it forward and pick it up. But otherwise, it's stuck there. It's not going anywhere. And I think my little 13-inch in the office area in the house, that's got the same setup. But I thought the cords were pretty slick, except that they hang down too low, and I don't know how you could tie them up. This is 4-foot wide section, hard for two people to work. That's probably true. Well, hell, how'd you get it up there in the first place? Did you have help putting it up, or did you do that by yourself? I mean, if you got it up there yourself, you should be able to pull it down by yourself. So, well, that's something you have to think about, though. That was a lesson I learned back in Naples. On my layout, anyway. I had the tracks. I had 3-foot deep bench work. And I had the tracks against the wall. Instead of putting them forward, I put them backward. I couldn't reach the fucking train cars if they derailed. I had to use one of those helping hand things to grab the car and then slowly bring it over. And then I could put it in an area where I could actually reach. So I learned from that. Now I don't put anything that's out of my reach. And that includes TVs too. Although I didn't learn, because the air conditioner's right up here. Half of it's over the bench. The other half's out in the open. I still have to use the step stool right here. And I have to stretch to pull the filters out and clean them. I wasn't thinking when I put that thing up. If I had to put it over another 2 foot, or even better, if I'd have put it over here, I wouldn't have had any problem getting to the filters. Yeah, I live and learn, I guess. The TV I mounted before, well, that makes a difference too. It's a shame they don't have a better setup for hanging them things, but it is what it is. Like I said, when this TV takes a shit, I don't know. I bought this TV in 2010. It was the living room TV back in Naples. And I use it now for my monitor over the computers. 40 inches. And I'm going to go to a 50-inch next time. I have one in the garage that's practically new. So when this one shits, that's when I'm going to put that 50 in there. And fortunately, it's actually bigger but lighter than this one. Go figure, right? Jim, anything going on with 3D printing? Yes. I just sent Dwight Curley the file for it. And I've shown these to you before. That's these here. Little parts cabinets. I didn't put the 2 drawers in yet because I haven't finished them yet, but I've got LEDs in there. Oh, you can't really see. Oh, shit. I still can't see. There's LEDs in there. There's shrink tubing in that one. So I made 2 more of them, so I've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 3, 4, 5. I got 6 of them all together now. And they have different drawers you could print. This one has no dividers in it. But they have some with 4 dividers. They have some with 10 dividers. Depends what you want to put in there. If you have a lot of little screws or nuts and bolts and stuff, you want more dividers. But for bigger things, of course, you either want just the 4 dividers or no dividers at all. So I've got the combination of all the different drawers based on what I have in them. And I've got my I forgot what it was called already. A label maker, my Dymo digital label maker. And there's an embossed a flat section right here on the drawer. Can't really see it too well. And you could put a label there, so I'm going to make labels for each drawer and what I have in them. So, and if I need more, I'll print more. Yeah, they're handy. Like I said, it probably cost me about $2 to make each one, you know. So it's time to make the box itself is a 6-hour print. If you use normal speed, but I use sports speed, so I got it down to 5 hours. I tried printing two drawers with the ludicrous speed. If you saw my short, you know what I'm talking about. They didn't come. I mean, the faces were fine on them, but the floor of the drawer was kind of lumpy for some reason. I don't know why. It wasn't real bad, but you didn't get the quality there. But I got it done in like an hour and 15 minutes. Where normally it takes 2.5 hours at normal speed. But, Jim, they have mounts that expand going to look. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That would be handy. But yeah, so that's about really all I've done recent printing. Earlier in the show, I pointed out I designed and printed these some time back, a couple of years ago. This is from the 1960s. It's basically a gondola of sorts, and it carries powdered cement in the canisters. And that was the way they did it back in the day. And then here's the chlorine car, and it was a flat car with bosses on there to hold the chlorine canisters, and it holds 11 canisters. And that was the way they used to ship chlorine back in the 60s. Now they put them in tankers or, you know, hoppers to do that shit, but for whatever reason they didn't do that back then. Well, thanks, Train Man, I appreciate that. So like I said, I printed those. I printed everything but the couplers and the wheels. So I've got Katy couplers on them and metal wheel sets. And that was back when I had the Viper. I bet if I printed these on the Bamboo Labs A1, they'd come out even better. And these are actually pretty flawless. They came out pretty good. I've got a lot of lines on this one. You probably can't see them, or maybe you can. I could get a smooth finish. I know if I did it on the A1. So I may go ahead and try and do another one. Like I said, the way I did this is, and these have nuts in them for weight, so that provides the weight for the car. Each canister has a nut in it, and the floor is an insert. Well, you can see that, so that these set in each insert. So, and they're a snug fit. I didn't glue them in yet because I want to paint the canisters first, and probably even paint the floor. But I designed this whole thing myself from a picture. Same with the chlorine truck car. So as I said, I like making shit like that, you know. And I might start looking to maybe doing some maintenance away train cars, rolling stock. I said I'm still having issues with the tankers. They're so exact, you know. And coupler height is difficult to get them correct on them. Like I said, I start these from scratch, you know. So I'm going to go back into it and see if I can get the coupler heights absolutely perfect. And once I do that, I'll start producing more tanker cars. I can make a tanker car for roughly about $8 if you count the wheels and the couplers. The plastic, the printed part's nothing. I mean, that's really a couple dollars, you know, if even. But that's the way to do it. You know, like you said, I have no problem with, you know, setting up my own rolling stock. Everything's weighted the way it's supposed to be. I like to print more flat cars. And I don't understand this. You go to any make you want, whether it's Atlas or whatever, Athearn, doesn't matter. A flat car costs the same money as a box car or a tanker. How the hell does that even work? Jim called me about the tanker car. Oh, okay, I'll see what I can do. I don't know what I'm going to do. Probably the next couple of weeks. I want to get into it and try and straighten them out. So I'll get a hold of you. Why does a flat car cost the same money as a tanker or a boxcar or a gondola for that matter? I mean, they're just throwing prices on shit. A flat car should be a tenth the price of a boxcar. You know. What you got is a floor. There's no sides, there's no ends, there's no roof. There's no tank, there's no railings, none of that shit's on a flat car. So why are flat cars the same price as any other car? It's bullshit, you know. I personally like flat cars because you can do so much with them. Of course, I make a lot of my own loads for them, you know, whether it be pipe or tree branch, you know, wood, I mean, lumber. You use a lot of shit you could throw on a flat car, you know. But I know there's less material on a flat car. Way less, you know. And yet, it costs the exact same price as a fucking boxcar or a tanker or a gondola. I don't get it. I saw a guy put weights under the flat car in open spot. Well, then they have that liquid weight that you can use. And let me grab a flat car here. Some of the ones you buy, they have weights that you can put between the floor and the frame. And that's the way to do it too. I've got two flat cars here. I think one's a 40 footer and I think one's a 50 foot. Now they actually buried the weight underneath the floorboard inside the frame. This is pretty heavy. And I believe they did the same thing with this one. This one isn't quite as heavy. But on some of these you could pour that liquid weight into the flats under here if you don't care, because you know you don't see the bottom of the car while it's on the track, so it doesn't really matter, you know. They said, you know, they brag about having, you know, brake lines and all the other shit. Well, you can't see none of it, you know. I mean, you can't even look down at the bottom of the car while it's on the track and actually see anything unless it hangs down. So, and of course, like I said, I can make these all day long, including I've got files for the wheels, the brake wheel stand, and the brake wheel. Well, I'd like to make a lot of these myself, and like I said, they have this one there. I think this is what they call a fish belly flat car. So they got the fish belly, and then they got the regular ones, and I have files for both. And of course, I could always, you know, see, this one has the brake appliances underneath of it. Well, you can't see the fucking things, you know. You could paint them up, you could do whatever you want, but there's no way you're going to see it when it's on the track, unless you've got a, you know, glass bridge and you can look at it, which I'm pretty sure nobody has that. So, you know, it's not that big of a deal to have all the brake hardware under there. So I mean, it's not like you said. I've got the file for the actual wood flooring, and there's different. I said this one here has a vertical brake wheel on it. See it right there. Where the other one has a horizontal wheel on a brake stand. So there's lots of ways you could do it. And like I said, there's nothing here, I could decal them and everything and you wouldn't know the difference. Not really, So, and I plan on making more flat cars, because why would I pay 20 bucks for a flat car when I could make one for, $5 or $6? It doesn't make sense. Hey, Ray Central, how you doing? Good to see you, Raymond. Just got here. Yes, you did. And we're still running, believe it or not. All valid points go fake. Well, it's true, Rush, And I'm sure it's not just HO. It's probably N scale. Might even be O scale. I don't know. I don't have that much knowledge of O scale stuff, but, Now, I'll tell you, the train shows are where to get your O scale train cars from. If you watch Tom's Trains and things, as a matter of fact, he's going to train show this weekend. I can't remember where it was. It's close by here. And I'm seeing a lot more O scale in these train shows, and they're giving them away. And the engines are still, locos are expensive. But as the last one he was at, they had box cars for, $10. And they're used, but they're still good. I'd rather pay $10 for a box car than fucking $80. I agree, Ray. Underside detail is overrated because you can't see it, Now, on some of the passenger cars like the Amtrak, you can actually see some of the undercarriage stuff because it hangs down. That's fine. But on a flat car, you're not going to see none of that while it's on the track. There's not enough of a gap to even look at it. Like I said, the only way you're going to see that shit is if it goes over a bridge with a glass bottom and you happen to be sitting under it. And I'm pretty sure nobody makes one of those. So, that's something to think about, I guess. As I said, I'm not really, it's not like I have that much of an issue with it, but, I've had to become frugal because I don't have a lot of money, I've got bills to pay. And there's some things I'd rather spend the money on than, I said, I'm not ready to spend 30 bucks on a flat car. Especially if you want 10 or 20 of them, you're looking at some serious money there, I can make them cheaper and they'll be just as good as anything you buy, I've got well cars that I printed and they look just as good as ones that are store-bought, Now some of the store-bought ones are actually metal. They look a little better than the plastic does, but I've got them decaled out, properly painted, and they look good, And like I said, I may go ahead and redo them on the A1. I think I'll get an even better job on them, Or if even worse come to worse, I could probably print one in the resin printer and get a perfect job on it, So there's capabilities that are they're out there to do your own. Ray says, exactly, if I wanted underside detail, I'd go buy an actual freight car. But I don't have that kind of money for space for such. The scale models are great enough. Exactly, If you could see it, it'd be one thing, but you can't, That's I mean, the things that you really want on a rail car, a rolling stock, are details that are up top, on the sides, the front, or the roofs. You want to see brake wheels. It'd be nice to see brake chains that go with the wheels. I don't think any of them actually have any. Maybe they do, but they'd be expensive. And just little details here and there that would be close to the real thing. But if you're not really worried about too much of that, just print your own shit, you know. I had some errands to run, Russ. Oh, there you go. But realistically, like I said, because I'm tight on money, and because I actually enjoy creating things, you know, and the printer will do all the heavy lifting for me, so why not, you know? And especially if you have good files, when I do have good files for the flat cars and for box cars even, you know, and they're easy to create anyway, but the only thing I don't have a good file for is a tanker. So I had to create that from scratch. And like I said, everything looks good except for the coupler height. And it's not severe enough to use an offset coupler on it, you know, because you got negative and positive couplers where they're up higher or lower than the, you know. I can't use that because the difference isn't that great. So basically I just got to get the coupler box height, which in most cases is built into the frame. I get that height correct, and you know, boom, I'll be set. And it shouldn't be that hard to do. I've got, what the hell did I do with it? I got it somewhere here. I got the coupler height tool that you put on the track. That's the other thing I want to put. I want to put a test track on this here too. Once I get all this shit cleaned off a little bit. I'd rather have it here. I don't know, I could put it over there too. It might be better to put it on the bench. I don't know. Because that's going to be my work area when all is said and done. I'm still trying to figure out how to get an overhead camera there. I could use a webcam and the extension cable, but I don't really like doing that. I'd rather use, I'm thinking I'd rather use a Wi-Fi camera over there. And I could use a PoE camera. I got plenty of inputs for it, but I'd rather do wireless. So I'm looking into, or Bluetooth, because my desktop here has Bluetooth capability. So all I have to do is find a viewer that will work off of the Bluetooth, and I could use the camera directly on Bluetooth. It's close enough to where it shouldn't be a problem. I'm still working on that, like I said, you know, because that's going to be the main work area. I just here is mostly going to be for live streaming, you know, or relaxing and watching TV. And I do plenty of that too, but, you know. But I want that to be my main work area. And I'm still waiting for the mat to come in, the self-healing mat. That won't be here till the end of July. I also ordered that from Temu. I got a deal. 47 inches wide by 24 deep. I have to cut it down to 21 or 20. I don't remember which. But other than that, that's going to protect that top and give you a nice work area. So, you know. And I got such a good price, I don't mind waiting for it, you know. I got paid $28 for it from Temu with free shipping. Not bad at all. Amazon had the similar size mats. They were like $134. The same fucking thing, but you know, and they probably get it from China too, but the markup was incredible on it. So I'm not paying that much money for a fucking mat, you know. And I want to keep this mat here because it's nice. It just gives a nice top for the, I'd like to get a second one actually to cover the whole desk mostly, you know. I'm also thinking about moving the computer underneath the bench on a stand, and that'll give me more area for the desk over here. So I'm just, you know, I'm looking for different ways to maximize my area and make it cleaner and more organized. Russ says, my O-scale buddies all want the latest and greatest. I buy almost all my O-scale train cars used. My Loco too. I have a lot of patience. I wait for the deals, etc. online. State deals are good too. Yeah, I don't blame you, Russ. Like I said, it comes down to, you know, how much money do you have to piss away? I don't know about you, but I don't have a lot, you know. Not with all the fucking bullshit I got to deal with. Once I get all these things paid down, I'll actually have quite a bit of money to spend every month. But, you know, I got on a debt reduction program, so right off the bat, $278 goes out the door every month. And that don't get paid off, I think, until the middle of 2028. So I still got a ways to pay on that. I have 5 Affirm loans. They're small, but, you know, I still like to get them paid off. I still owe PayPal $500, you know. I closed the account, but I still paid it off. Same with Amazon, I owe $500 to too. And like I said, so I can only give them sometimes the minimum every month, so I still have money for other things. Once all that shit gets paid off, fuck, man, I'll have most of my check will be in my pocket, you know. Because the actual bills of the house aren't that bad. Russ says, don't know what they have. Russ says, I hate pre-orders. Yeah, I hate pre-orders too. I've done pre-orders a couple of times. I bought gondolas from Scale Trains. It was a 5-car set. And it was a pre-order. It took like 7 months to get them. And I didn't have to pay for them until they came in, but, you know, I still put the order through. But it was a really good deal on them. That's why I did it. And I got something else on a pre-order too. I don't remember what it was. I was going to get that True Fan locomotive, but it was, you know, $400 some. And I did the pre-order, and then I got thinking, you know, I don't need this. So I canceled the pre-order, which I was allowed to do. Tom says, Russ, I never use the pre-order if they do not have what I need or want. Then I find some other place to buy it. Pre-ordering sucks. Well, they do it because they save money that way. So you get 1,000 pre-orders on your product. You go ahead, you put an order for 1,000 of those things. You're not sitting on any money. You know, if you buy them before they're sold, you have an inventory you're sitting on. And unfortunately, businesses today, they don't want inventory. So they do the pre-orders. The pre-orders are not anything, they're not just confined to train stuff. I've seen pre-orders for computers, for gadgets, for all kinds of shit, you know. Household items. Like, why would you pre-order a fucking toaster, you know? But they do it, you know, and it's like, alright, fine, I'm not doing it. So, you know. Russ says, I do pre-order every now and then, but I agree, Tom. Well, yeah, because like you said, the whole pre-order, I mean, that's why they do it. This way they're not sitting on money. They're not losing money sitting on a shelf, hoping they sell it. This way, like I said, if they get an order for 10,200 units, they'll order 10,200 units. 99% of the people that pre-order will follow through and pay for it. So you're not really sitting on a shitload of money sitting on your shelf, hoping you sell them. I think a lot of it is because these idiots can't figure out what to stock, you know. When I worked at the parts store when I was much younger, we knew how much of what to buy, you know, what moved and what didn't. If something didn't move, you might have only had 1 or 2 on the shelf. But stuff like spark plugs, air filters, oil filters, we'd have a ton of that shit because we knew it was going to go out the door quick. And the parts store, I think it was $1.1 million worth of inventory, you know. But that was the way you ran the business back in the day. I mean, sometimes you had to order something, but in most orders you can get in 2 days anyway. So it wasn't too bad, because I used to say, you know, we don't have it, well, we can order for you. Well, if I fucking wanted it in 2 days, I'd have came here 2 days from now, you know. I used to get pissed off because I was always impatient, you know. I want this shit now. So, Jim, I am not here on this earth to make it easier for companies to make money. I gotta agree with you there, man. You know. And it used to be where they used to bend over backwards to accommodate their clientele. Now it's the other way around. We gotta kiss their asses in order to buy their shit. There's something happened there. I don't know how it got reversed, but it did, you know. But back in the day, a company would go out of their way to make sure that, you know, you would get what you needed in a timely manner at a decent price. That doesn't exist anymore. It really doesn't. And the pre-order, I don't know who started that pre-order ship, but I guess it caught on. I was like, oh, we could do that too. And next thing you know, everybody's doing it with everything, They said, why do you need stores for it? That's how you tell the parts stores. If you don't have what I need, why don't you just fucking close the store, sell off all your inventory, put up a phone booth with a parts catalog in it, and I'll just call you and order what I want. And you could deliver it right to my house, And they used to, well, you're a real asshole. I said, no, I'm being honest. If you don't have the shit I need, what the hell good are you? Russ says, sometimes I will just wait for a train store to over-order their pre-orders, then buy it online. Well, that works too. Well, like I said, sometimes people will cancel their pre-order, even though the order's already been put in, Like the order for that True Fans Local I wanted. China already got the order to make that fucker because, I pre-ordered it. And it was a 9-month wait, and I think I canceled them in the 7th month. Because it would have been coming out right about now, like July. And I canceled it in June. I canceled it in March. So the order already went through, so they're going to get that loco even though I'm not buying it. Somebody else will buy it, Of course, you do get a discount, supposedly, when you do pre-order. I think I got like $75 off of that thing by pre-ordering it, but they said, if you don't pre-order it, you buy it off the shelf, it's going to be like $600. I think I ain't paying $600 for a fucking locomotive with fans that turn. It's not that big of a deal, It's cool. It ain't that cool. Tom says the rule the customer is always correct has gone away and far. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that was the way I always did, my business. Like, the customer's always right, even when they're dead wrong. You worked with them, man. You tried to, please them because they were valuable. They kept you afloat. Today, the businesses, it's like, look, I'm doing you a favor, It's like, no, you're not. We're doing you a favor by being open. No, you're not, And they'll tell you to get the fuck out of the store before they'll do anything for you. I mean, sure, I've been thrown out of a few places, because not that I really bitched about it. Said, why don't you have such and such for sale? Like Walmart's famous for that. One time I went into Walmart to buy a printer, regular paper printer. And I had a coupon for a sale, that it was a good deal on it. It was an HP. And I went in there, of course, they're out of them. So I went to the desk and I said, why do you have a sale on something you don't stock? Well, we sold them all. I said, well, how many did you have? And he wouldn't tell me. Probably had 2 or 3 of them, Because what they do is, and they say, well, we have other models you can buy. I said, yeah, but not the same price. You honor the coupon price, I'll buy whatever you got there, Oh, no, we can't do that. I said, yeah, because it's bullshit, So I got a rain check, and I didn't want to wait for it, so I went to the the hell's it? The Depot, not the Home Depot, the other one that sells Office Depot. I went to Office Depot, they had the same thing, $5 cheaper without the coupon, and they had them in stock. So I bought one there and told Walmart to shove it up their ass, But I mean, it's bullshit, and the stores do this crap, and it's like they don't care. I bitched out a tire store once because they tried to rip off my customer. I'm not going to tell the whole story because it's too time consuming, but I called them. I said, look, I said, I told you, do an honest job. If I send a customer, I already know what the problem is. I tell the customer to repeat that to you, and you bullshit them and try to sell them parts they don't even have on their car, So he says, well, that's just the way it goes. And I said, fuck you. I said, you know what? I don't need to do business with you. He says, we don't need your business. For every customer we lose, 10 more walk in the door. And unfortunately, he was right, And that was the way they started thinking. They simply didn't care, I didn't want to lose any of my customers, so I always did right by them. And they always kept coming back, and they loved me and they loved my business. But a lot of these guys, they just don't give a shit. They'll figure if they can rip you off, they will. And if they lose you as a customer, every one we lose, 10 more walk in the door. It's unfortunate, but true. Whoever invented the pre-order is a genius for manufacturers and dealers. Unfortunately for us, it caught on, like you said, Jim. Well, from a business standpoint, it's a profitable move for them. Not for us. But this is the problem with, they don't want an inventory. So they do the pre-order, and it eliminates the headache and hassles and expense of actually keeping an inventory, It's like if you go into a hobby center, right? And you want to buy something, you got something in your head that you want to buy, you expect them to have it, If they're a good hobby shop, they'll have it, If they're not, they'll tell you, well, you can order it, Radio Shack used to be like that in the end, before they shut down altogether. I go in there needing something, and electronic part. Well, we don't stock them, but we can order it for you. Well, how long is that going to take? Oh, about a week. Yeah, but I need it today. I don't need it a week from now, And he says, well, where else are you going to get it? And he was right, so I had to order the part from them. But it still used to piss me off, And they had a selection of electronic parts, but not the shit you really needed. The shit that hardly anybody would ever use, And then why do you stock this crap when the good shit you don't keep on the fucking shelf? He says, well, we don't want to tie up our inventory with stuff that may or may not move. Alright, whatever, Well, you're right, Derek. There is no such thing as customer service anymore. The customers can go fuck themselves. Like I said, they'll toss you out of the store or place of business before they'll do anything to help you out. It's a terrible way to run a business. And I used to tell you, if I ran my business that way, I'd be run out on a rail, man. I says, I truly respect and admire my customers, and I want them to be happy so they'll keep coming back because, they're the ones feeding me. But these bigger companies, they just don't give a shit, When you pre-order and it comes in, you don't have to buy it. If we all would have pre-ordered each item when they first started it and then didn't buy it, pre-ordering would not. That's true. Like I said, 90% of the pre-orders, they do actually buy them, And like I said, I would have bought that True Fans locomotive, but, they were talking $412 it was due when it came in. I'm thinking, man, that's a lot of fucking money, And it was an SD45, and it had 3 or 4 electronic fans on it that would move just like the real train would, and they came on at predetermined times under predetermined loads. It was a cool system, and for realism, it's the way to go. But the reality is you're sitting there running your trains around, you're really not looking at the fans. It doesn't matter whether they move or not. That's the truth of it, And like I said, that's the problem with pre-orders. It gives you time to think about your purchase, and you get buyer's remorse, I don't really need that. I'm just going to cancel the order. And I did. All customer services in India, and they do not speak English properly. I know they don't. And I really hate that. But I'm an asshole, They get on there and they start talking their gibberish. And I'm going, is there a white man that speaks English I can talk to? I'm speaking good English. No, you're not. I can't understand a fucking word you're saying. Put a white Englishman on there so I can understand. We're sorry, sir, we can't. And they hung up on me. It's like, what the fuck? And it's like, if India wasn't so far away, I'd drive over there and kick some ass. But, I'd have to fly and all. I'd never find out who did it, And they know that. And why would you have a foreigner represent your company in America? It doesn't make sense, Comcast is good for that too, by the way. If you call up Comcast customer service, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be speaking to some fucking raghead in fucking India, you know. And I really can't understand them. Their accents are so heavy that I have to, if they talk slow, sometimes I could pick up what they're saying, but not always, you know. I don't need that shit, man. Russ says, I love when I go to a train store and they say, I don't have that in stock, but I can order it for you. Of course they can, because they don't care. They're not the one waiting on it, you know. And they should give you a discount if you have to order it, you know. Like a waiting discount, right? They wouldn't do that, but they should. It's like, hey, go ahead and order it, you know. Give me 20% off, we'll do it, you know. Russ says Comcast, oh, they are, man. Well, a lot of companies do that, you know. And I get pissed off, and I don't care, you know. You can call me a racist, a xenophobe, I don't give a fuck what label you put on me. If I can't understand you, I can't understand you, you know. Here we speak Queen English, and I expect you to speak the same way when I'm talking to you on the phone, you know. I don't think I'm asking that much, but apparently I am. I don't know. It's just, it does. It pisses me off, man. You think I get mad? You see my wife, man. She gets on the phone. She'll fucking, you know. Well, you can't slam the phone down anymore, but if she could, she would, you know. Derek says, when BLI came out with the big boys in Paragon 4, I didn't pre-order them because all of the problems with the previous Paragon 3 models. After seeing reviews of the Paragon 4s, I chose to buy one. Well, that makes sense too. But I've got a Paragon 4 in my steamer. It's not a big boy, but it's still Paragon 4. You know, it's got the onboard keep alive and everything else. It's just still wonky. Like I said, if I put it on the track, set it, and you know, it'll go around the track, it'll blow the horn for no good reason. Headlight will go on, sometimes it'll come off. You know, it does what the fuck it wants. Motion is fine on it, but the sound is very wonky. And the lighting, you know. So that's what I said at some point, but I've got smoke on mine. Of course, the smoke doesn't work anymore either. And I'd like to get the smoke working again, so I'm going to see if Tsunami 2 makes one that can handle the smoke, and I'll replace it out, you know. Derek says, but couldn't find them and hunted all over the states to get them, and finally found each one and got them, so I decided to pre-order them for the next 5. There you go. You bought 5 big boys? Damn. I wish that they would. Well, they are now. I think BOI is selling them DCC ready now. Some other stuff, so you could put your own decoder in. And I've been saying that since day one. Why don't they either sell them with a decoder of your choice, or have them ready for whatever you want to put in it? Because I don't like their proprietary decoders. And I'm not alone, you know. Jim, on that BOI Paragon 4 decoder, did you do it? Yeah, I did. Several times. Yes, they do have a reset button on the board. So, it did make a day. It'll be fine for a while, like a week or a few days, and then revert back again. So, I'm just going to shit can it and put a Tsunami 2 in there, you know. Tsunami 2 must make something that works with smoke, you know. Or worst come to worst, I could put a separate motor decoder in to do the smoke. I'm not sure. Because, you know, the good thing is everything goes in the tender. Because there's really no room in the loco for, you know, a decoder board. Derek's got some change, Jim. There you go. They were crazy expensive and ended up with 10 of them because I didn't think I would ever be able to get them once they were gone. That's probably true. Man, that must have broke the bank though, man. Weren't those things running for about $600-700 each? Man, that's a lot of fucking money. Ray says, I have an N-scale BLI 484 Northern on pre-order. It's the stealth version, meaning DC. Okay. Derek says, Russ, not anymore. So, yeah, as I said, I would rather put my own decoder in. A DCC ready would be the way to go. 21-pin decoder of your choice. You know, you want a Tsunami or Soundtracks, or you want an ESU, or whatever you want, plug it in and it works. Or sell them like cars. Remember how you used to be able to order your car, you know, when you bought it new? If you wanted a specific engine, you can ask for that engine, specific tranny, specific paint package. You could customize whatever you want. I remember my dad used to do it. He would go to the Chevy or Pontiac dealer and he'd tell them exactly what he wanted, and they'd, all right, that's what we got. And they would build a car just for him. It took 6 weeks to get it, you know, because they had to build the fucking thing for him. But, you know, when he bought his Bonneville, he wanted the 389. He wanted the Turbo 400 behind it. I think he wanted power windows, which were, you know, these weren't even standard back in 1967, but he had the money, and the car was only like $3,000 anyway. And he got everything the way he wanted it, you know. The paint job, the interior colors, everything was done to order. They don't do that anymore. And like I said, they should do the locomotives the same way, you know. If you want a locomotive, what decoder do you want in it, you know? And the price could vary depending on the decoder. That's not really an issue. They're all basically the same price anyway, but, you know, do it and be done with it. Russ says 10 O-scale big boys would cost me 25 grand. Yeah, they would. That's a lot of fucking money, man. Yeah, because they're about 2 grand each, right? Ray says, I have the Kato N-scale big boy. It runs really well. There you go. I wish my hands were better and my eyes. I would have stuck with the N-scale, because when I got into the hobby again back in 2008, I started out with N. I went to N-scale because, you know, originally when I was a teenager, I was, you know, at HO. And I thought N-scale would be cool. I could do more in a smaller area. But I quickly found out that, you know, these fat fingers and not so great vision weren't going to work out well with that. So I sold everything and I bought HO. Derek said they were $850 each for HO. Thank God I don't do O scale. I would have needed a mortgage. Yeah, you would have. Still $850, man. I figure that's $800, you know, at least. That's a lot of fucking money, man. Hey, if you got it, it's cool, you know, but a lot of us just, I mean, back when I was working, I could have done that. I mean, I didn't have the time to do a layout because I was so busy working all the time. But if I had the time, and I had the room for it too, but if I'd have had the time, I could have spent thousands of dollars and had one hell of a layout, because, you know, I was bringing in $7 grand a month profit. I was only spending about a little over $2,000, you know, mortgage and other shit, but I mean, it's just, you know, but I don't make that kind of money anymore. Wish I did. You know, instead I'm getting, you know, $1,617 a month. And I just got a fucking notice from Social Security that as of January 2027, they're taking me off disability and putting me on regular Social Security. I still get the same money, and I'll still be disabled, but I won't get disability anymore, which doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Why not just leave the designation the same? You know, nothing changes. My disability status will stay the same. It has to. It'll be that way for the rest of my life, probably. And I still get the same money, which sucks, because under Social Security, if I were retired at 65 when I was eligible, I would have gotten about $3,100 a month, because I threw a shitload of money into the system back when I was working. And now I forfeited that because I got on disability. So I'll be stuck with the same disability payment for the rest of my life, you know. I mean, we get COLAs. If they do the 4.2% COLA in January, which is what they're talking about, I'll get another $80. Which helps, but it's, you know, I'm not going to write home about it because, you know, in the big picture, it ain't shit. So, but I was told that they were going to do that, and I didn't believe, because like I said, my eligibility for full retirement was 65 because I was born in 59. My wife, born in 60, her full disability is 66. Or 67, I don't remember which, but so, as you know, depending on when you're born, depends upon when you're eligible. I combined Christmases, birthdays, and Father's Days and what I had saved for my layout, and now I can't afford a DCC system to run them. Yeah, right? And you really want to be DCC. I mean, it's night and day, man. You know, I started out with DC, and I switched over to DCC about a year and a half into it. And man, was I glad I did. You know, it's like, oh, wow. You know, it just changes the whole dynamic of model railroading. But it wasn't, like I said, I bought the Digitrack system, and I think I paid $370 or $380 for it. It's a 5 amp system. Came with a power supply, the controller box, and the cab controller, and cables and shit. But and it was actually more expensive than NCE. I think the NCE was $75 cheaper. I don't remember why I went with the Digitracks, because both are good. But the nice thing about the Digitracks is, I don't know if NCE does it or not, but I could run both DCC and DC simultaneously with the Digitracks. Because I've got a couple of DC engines. I set their addresses at 0000, and I could run them just like the DCCs will do. You don't have all the features on it, of course, but it'll still run on the track without any changes. And 23.2 SS will be cut. Well, that's not going to happen, Russ. I know, I've read it too, but if they were to let that happen, there would be civil war over it. All right, we're already like, what, 60% elderly in America right now, because there's more old people than there are young people. And of course, you got to remember, the Democrats and probably some of the Republicans stole most of the Social Security money back in the 60s and 70s. They used Social Security to fund the Vietnam War. They never repaid it. If you look in the Social Security box, there's a whole bunch of IOUs in there and no money. So the politicians should be forced to replace that money. If we could throw away hundreds of billions of dollars every year in foreign aid, we could cut them bastards off and put that money in Social Security account and replace what was taken out. And based on inflation, we should all be getting $4,000 a month anyway, based on inflation. Now, very few people get that kind of money unless they were, six-figure or more their entire lives and threw that money in the system. But the reality is based on inflation, we should be getting $4,000 a month. And I could live good on $4,000 a month, let me tell you. But it ain't going to happen because, these thieving bastards stole the money, and now they don't want to pay it back. And they're saying, well, you may have to take a 28% cut. Fuck you. And how's that going to work? Can you imagine what inflation is going to be like in 2032? People can't hardly afford to pay their rent or mortgages now. If it gets even higher, you can forget that. And they want to take some of the money that is our money anyway? Yeah, go for it. I don't believe they will. I think they'll figure it out before it happens. And they'll find the money somewhere. You ever notice that welfare never runs out of money? You know, food stamps never run out of money. But Social Security does, and Social Security is actually your money, but everything else is an entitlement. How does that work again? And of course we know this, and if it does happen, we'll be willing to go to war over it. Oh, you're lucky, man. But you made good money, Tom, so that's what I'm saying. Some people did. I said if I hadn't gotten disabled, my Social Security would have been $3,100 a month. You know, back when if I retired last year. But, you know, this is 73 million Americans depend on Social Security every month. I think riots and unrest are more probable than civil war. Well, the same thing, you know what I mean. It's, you know, they would literally, we'd probably go to Washington and start hanging the bastards, you know, because it's their fault. I mean, Social Security is a Ponzi scheme anyway. They've been telling us that for years. That's not my problem or my issue. You make sure my fucking money is there every month when I need it, you know. So if we got rid of the scammers and illegals, we could, well, that's probably true too. Well, now, you know, they're talking about they want to raise the Social Security tax. And now, I don't disagree with that. Because if you make more than, I think it's $185,000 a year, something like that, you don't have to pay Social Security over and above that. There's a cap on it. So if you're making, say, $400,000 a year, you only have to pay Social Security tax on $185,000. The rest is exempt. Why? They still get to collect it, and like Tom, they're going to get up to, I think, the highest you get is $5,700 a month. Even though, remember the postal workers, they just started getting Social Security. They never put a dime in because the Postal Service has a pension. I have two people I know that retired from the Postal Service. They each get $4,000 a month after working 20 years for the Postal Service. And now they get to collect Social Security along with it. Even though they never put a fucking dime in the Social Security system, they were exempted from it because of their pensions. Same with the railroads. The railroad has a pension system too, and now they're getting Social Security as well. I know Trump did that, and I'm thinking, I don't understand why he did that. Because, and of course, you know, it hurt already a Social Security system that was running out of money anyway. Why would you put more people on it that never put into the system? It doesn't make sense, you know. But, yeah, it is what it is. And I don't fault people for making good money. I mean, you know, hey, Elon Musk is the first trillionaire. More power to him. I'm not jealous. Wish he'd throw me $1 million just for shits and giggles. It wouldn't be anything for him, you know. But I don't really expect him to because, you know, it's his money. And a lot of people are pissed off that he's a trillionaire. In reality, that's a lot of fucking money he'll never be able to spend. Probably. But, you know, that's his deal, man. Who cares? So what? You know. My first 20 years, I was close to paying the max on Social Security. My last 30 years, I was always over the max. So I was kind of in the same boat. I mean, not the max, but I was doubling most of my Social Security, you know, money put in. Because, you know, I was self-employed. And, of course, you have to pay the whole thing anyway. Because I didn't have an employer to share it with. But I was putting extra money in. It was the only thing I did that was probably the smartest thing I could have done, but I got fucked myself over when I became disabled and I had the stroke. Like I said, if I didn't stroke and I could have collected Social Security last year at 65, I would have got the full benefits, $3,100 and change. I would live very comfortably on that, but because I'm on disability, I kind of got shortchanged, you know. Even though I did put the money in, but it is what it is. Elon Beaver Musk. didn't rightfully earn all that money. Well, maybe not, but doesn't matter. I mean, we could sit here and, piss and moan about it, but, so what? He's got the money, big deal, I'm not a jealous person. It doesn't bother me if people have more than I do, My mother, on the other hand, she was like that. If somebody had something, she had to have it too, I was never that way. I don't really give a shit. As long as I have enough to operate on, I'm content, You took yours late, Tom, because you would have been eligible at 65 as well, because you were born before I was. Like you said, 59 was the last year for 65. And then 1960, it was 66 or 67. And I don't know what it is now. Isn't it like close to 68 or something now for full retirement age? I don't remember. And of course, my wife, she fucked up, and she hates it when I rub it in her face, but she took her retirement at 62. I said, man, you're getting screwed. She said, nah, it's not that big of a difference. It's more than half of what you would have got. Now she's looking back, so I should have listened to you, Nobody ever listens to me. Ray says he isn't taking a single buck with him when he leaves. Yeah, that's true. You can't take it with you, although some have tried. As far as I know, you can't take it with you, so it doesn't matter. But I mean, I wouldn't even want that kind of money because I don't know what to do with it. I've been playing the lottery a little bit, not too much. I'm not spending a ton of money, but I'll buy one ticket, $2. I haven't won anything yet. I've only done it like 3 times, but I think if I did win, and I'm doing the Powerball, and if I actually won, let's say I won $300 million, I'd take a cash out, which is about half or less than half. Let's say I only get $150 million out of that. What the fuck would I do with $150 million? Not that I'd walk away from it, but honestly, what would I do with it? I don't want a mansion. I don't want a yacht. I'm not buying a fucking airplane. I'd probably have my car repainted, get the air conditioner fixed, hire somebody to make repairs in my house that I don't want to or can't do anymore. I'd spend a ton of money in here probably. I'd probably buy a second shed to make it bigger. And I'd probably give my sister $1 million, and I was going to give my brother $1 million, but he pissed me off a few months ago. Because he was talking about some deal he's involved in that could make him a multi-million. I said, well, when you hit it, give me $100,000, I'll be happy. That's a lot of money. All right, fine, So I cut him out of my will because me and my sister have a pact. Whoever hits $1 million first shares it with the other, because we're both in the same boat. And I would gladly send her $1 million if I had more. If I didn't have more, I'd at least pay her off at her house, and make sure she lived comfortably for the rest of her life. And she would do the same for me because we're not greedy people. My brother, on the other hand, he kind of pissed me off because he got greedy, It's like, dude, you'd want us to split it with you, but you don't want to split with us? Fuck you. So, it is what it is. Tom says, I could have went at 65. It would be full, but my job was not fiscal. I had a desk job, not hard work. Well, that's true, too. I mean, if you weren't killing yourself, why not, I mean, I honestly didn't believe I'd ever retire. If it wasn't for the stroke, hell, I'd probably still be working, But the stroke fucked that all up, and that's just the way it goes. But I always figured I'd work till the day I died, Russ says I would be making $135,000 a year right now as an electrician if I did not hurt my back 12 years ago. But it is what it is. I'm not belly aching about it, but it does hurt. I love my career. Oh, I agree, man. All right, Steve, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Have a good night. We'll see you next week, hopefully. I agree with you, Ross. Like I said, I was doing a handyman. I was bringing in $7,000 a month. I wasn't killing myself. I enjoyed my work. I was good enough where I didn't have to advertise. Word of mouth was keeping me more than busy. And yeah, I missed doing it, really, because I missed the money. But, you know, shit happens, you know. So even my dad, he had, you know, what, 4 heart attacks, and I think the third heart attack he had, he said, that's it, you can't work anymore, you know. And of course, he went a little further than I did. I think he was 58 or 59 when he went on disability and retired, but, you know, they told me, you can't work anymore. If you do, you're going to die, you know. So he was kind of forced into disability, too. But, I mean, really, up until he was into his 80s, he couldn't work anymore, but he was still doing shit, you know. Who's mine? My occupation was a handyman. I was, you know, really a general contractor, but I wasn't licensed for general contracting, but I did everything but roofing. Air conditioning, concrete, tile work, electrical, plumbing, carpentry, finished carpentry. I did everything, like I said, everything but a roof. I wouldn't touch roofs, but anything else other than the roof I did, you know. And like I said, I did some really big jobs that, you know, brought me in some massive bucks, you know. And I was good at what I did, and the people liked my work, and I was reasonably priced, and, you know, I think at the time I was getting, yeah, $60 an hour. You know, I wasn't killing myself, but I was doing good, you know. Prior to that, I was an auto mechanic. I had a shop for a while, but I got out of it because I saw the writing on the wall, you know. They were talking about, you know, licensing like every aspect of automobiles. They wanted a license for air conditioning, a license for brakes, license for transmission repair, a license for major engine overhaul, a license for electrical. And all these fucking licenses, I'm going to have to jack my prices up, and the customers ain't going to pay it. Well, I'm not going to eat it either, so I fucked it, shut it down, you know. That's a great trade. Well, yeah, I guess it was. Like I said, I enjoyed doing it, and I was very good at what I did, and I, you know, always made sure my customers were happy, you know. The last job I did before the stroke, this guy out in Marco Island, he wanted me to renovate half of his house. Add 3 bathrooms, convert a closet into, or convert a room into a suit closet, and a whole bunch of shit that I had to do. Made like about $20,000 on the job. Massive work. Took us 3 months, you know. He threw me the keys of the house and his credit card. He says, you get whatever you need. He even threw me the keys to his Cadillac. He says, if you want to take, you know, use the Cadillac rather than your truck to get light stuff, take the Caddy, you know. Guy was great, man. And he took off for, you know, 3 months. So we had run of the house, you know. And he was real happy with the work at what we did. Me and my son did it, you know. Said we added 2 master bathrooms, one for him, one for his wife, and then we did a pool bathroom. And so we had to do everything. We had to lay in the plumbing and everything. So we had cut up the floors and everything else. I mean, it was massive work, you know. But I had fun doing it, and, you know, he gave me the specifications he wanted. I followed it to the letter. And he was very happy with the finished product. Let's see, Russ says, my problem is waiting to 67 full. I can't take the risk with my family history. I will probably be taking it this year at 62. Well, I understand that. I mean, you know, I know you're worried about it because your family history. But trust me, don't convince yourself you're going to die young, or you will. Convince yourself you're going to live a long time, and you will, hopefully. And remember, you know, medical science has gotten better too, you know. I survived the Widowmaker heart attack, you know. The Widowmaker artery, the one that kills you, was 100% clogged. And they said, you know, you should be dead. Well, it wasn't my time yet, you know. That's all I can figure, knock wood. You know, I said, well, I had 2 heart, well, actually 3 altogether. The first two were kind of minor, but the third one was a big one. And I had not only that, but I had, fucking heart was giving out, the kidneys were failing, I had sepsis, I had pneumonia. They had me in ICU for 2 weeks, but I'm telling you, I felt great. It's like, dude, you sure I'm dying? And I did recover, and I'm somewhat fine now. I mean, other than the stroke damage, that's permanent. But so but I mean, one of the reasons I didn't save my money because I was, by the time I was 22, I was averaging $100,000 a year in profits. I did some of my, I was self-employed for a lot of it. Even when I worked for places, I still made good money. So I grossed well over $2 million. I know I did. But I had to save a fucking dime of it. And the reason I did is because I figured I was probably going to die. I was convinced I wouldn't see 18. Then when I hit 18, I said, all right, well, you probably won't live to be 21. I hit 21, I go, all right, maybe 25 it's going to be it, I hit 25, and I said, well, maybe 30. And when I did hit 30, I said, well, I'm probably going to live forever, Yes, I have 5 stents altogether, and a pacemaker. As a matter of fact, I got to get a new pacemaker next year, because I think I got like 9 months left on this one or something. And they have, well, they replaced the whole unit, but basically the battery starts going to hell. So, like I said, I don't even worry about it now. Look, anybody can die at any time. Some people never make it past their 20s. Other people live to be 100. You just don't know. It's a crapshoot. When I was a teenager, I went and seen this psychic who predicted I wouldn't see more than 76. That I would be killed at 76 violently. It's possible, with my attitude, but I'm not going to take it seriously, because how the hell do they know, So we'll see what happens. If I turn 77, we'll know that was bullshit. I mean, honestly, I don't think I'll see 91 like my dad did and his family because of the stroke, I probably would have had it not been for the stroke, but I'm reasonably sure I'll see at least 85. We'll see, But I don't dwell on it. It is what it is. If I die tomorrow, then, ain't nothing I can do about it, But I'm hoping I don't, and, I'm pretty sure I'll be around for a while, hopefully. And that's all you can do. Derek says, take it at 62. It takes 13 years to make it up if you wait. So you would be 74 to break even and then start to collect more. That's true. I'm 66 now. I'll be 67 in September. Hard to believe I've lived this long. It really is, Russ says, whatever decision I make, it will probably be the wrong one, Jim. Nah, I don't think like that, man. Stay positive, You just don't know. Like I said, medical science has gotten better. What used to kill people right off, people are surviving now, Whether we adapted to it somehow or medical science just got better, I'm not sure, I mean, they said, I had a heart attack. But for my first heart attack, I was, how old was I? 40. Let's see, I had the stroke at 47. I think it was 49 or 50 when I had my first heart attack. Maybe 51. I don't remember, to be honest with you. But, and I didn't have traditional heart attack symptoms because I said I was diabetic at that point, and diabetics don't have the same symptoms as normal people do. So I had, like, down in the bottom of my gut, man, it really hurt, And I thought I had gas really bad, That's what it felt like, Except I couldn't fart, So finally, at like 3 o'clock in the morning, I said, I got to go to the emergency room, man. This is getting worse, So I go to the emergency room, and they check me out, put the EKG on me, and all. Oh, sir, you had a heart attack. I'm going, oh, fuck, now what, Well, we got to operate, and I'm thinking, no, I don't want to. I just want to go home, I was scared shitless, man. I really was. before you die violently, probably in a gunfight. Well, that's what I figured, you know. I don't know, because like I said, I try not to get into positions where I'm going to get into that, you know. But you never know. So I went, and that's when they did the, I forget what it's called, but they go up and they're through your thigh, and they put in one stent. And, you know, oh my God, it was funny because I woke up on the table, and I kind of freaked out. I said, guys, I'm awake. Am I supposed to be awake? Yeah, they want you awake for the final. I said, you sure? You know. Total darkness, you know. I got this fucking sandbag on my leg, because that was how they controlled the bleeding at the time. It's like a 90-pound bag of sand. And it's like, I could feel the thing going through me, you know. And he said, we're almost done. You'll be fine. All right, you know. And I fell asleep shortly thereafter. I woke up, you know, in the hospital bed. And I started coughing, man, really bad. And they said, don't cough. If you break that valve in your leg, you'll bleed out in a matter of seconds. And I'm going, fuck. I can't stop coughing, you know. And I think maybe they were just fucking with me a little bit. But I eventually did stop coughing. But, you know. And I survived it, you know. Because I had never been operated before that. I mean, that was the first operation I actually, you know, went through. I'm still, the only thing I'm missing now is a gallbladder. I still have my fucking tonsils because I wouldn't let them take them out, you know. And I didn't want to take the gallbladder out either, but I really had no choice, you know. But, you know. And then I had a second heart attack. They went back in again. You know, a few more stents, and then, all right, you'll be fine. All right. And it was always that same deal. So, you know, if I ever get that pain down there, you know, it could be gas, but if it doesn't go away, then it's not gas. You know. Just trying to figure out how many more years we have to watch your show. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it. True, Jim, there was no stents technology 31 years ago. My dad had his heart attack. He had to have open heart surgery and had a blood clot that traveled to... Yeah, well, I know, my dad had 3 heart attacks. They didn't have stents either. You know what they did? Lie in bed and rest. They gave him blood thinners, and they hoped for the best. You know, and he did. He got through it. The 4th heart attack he had on the treadmill, like 5 minutes after he did the treadmill, and they rushed him to the back of the hospital, the stupid fuckers. Same hospital, but it was in the front of the hospital, and to get him to the back to the operating room, they got an ambulance, loaded him up from the front of the hospital to the back. It was like maybe 100 yards, right? They could have rolled him on a gurney. And they did bypass surgery. He got quadruple bypass, you know. And because it's like, holy shit, you know. And then, you know. And that was something that terrified me too, you know. I was terrified I'd have to do bypass surgery. But like I said, they're much better now. And my dad didn't have a pacemaker or anything. They just, you know, they did the bypass surgery on him, and actually he was in pretty good shape. But, you know, it is what it is. And like I said, I've lost my fear of that stuff now, you know. I don't want to die, obviously, but I'm not really afraid of it anymore, you know. It probably was when I was younger, although I never showed it, you know. Said I had a guy, you know, put a gun to my head, told me he was going to kill me. And I'm thinking, you know, inside me, I'm fucking scared shitless, you know. Thinking, fuck, I'm 16, I'm going to die, you know. But he didn't pull the trigger, and I wouldn't show him any fear because I figured, you know, you're going to kill me anyway, I'm going to die with dignity, you know. So I just looked him in the eye and said, well, you do what you got to do. You know, I was scared shitless, but I wasn't going to let him see it. And he went through the gun and got in his truck and drove off. You know, and it's like, holy fuck, and I was that close to death. Well, I thought I was. Turns out it was a starter pistol. He was trying to scare me. He wanted a reaction. He wanted me to beg for my life. I won't do it, you know. Why, you're going to kill me anyway? What's the point? You know, fuck you. You know, you look me in the fucking eye and pull the trigger. You'll get to see my, you know, last thing you see is me staring you down. You know. They do not do stress tests like that anymore. They give you a shot and monitor you. I know. They got the chemical stress test. I won't do one. I refuse to. You know. They wanted. I just changed cardiologist a couple months ago because I wanted one up here because I got tired of driving to Naples. You know, it's a 2.5 hour drive for 15 minutes with the doctor. It didn't make sense. So I got one up here and was three. Well, when's the last time you did a stress test? I said, we're not doing a stress test. Why not? They says, well, it's like an old car. You take an old car and run the shit out of it, what happens? The fucking motor blows. We're not going there. You know. So he got a little pissed off at me, but I said, I don't care. You know, I'm not doing a stress test. Fuck you, you know. There's other symptoms you can have that let you know that your heart's not working right or there's a potential, you know, blockage or whatever. Doing a stress test is to me is suicide, you know. And like I said, it's that whole, you know, would you run the shit out of an old engine? Of course not. You know the fucker's gonna blow up. So, you know. And they said, I was just reading an article not long ago. They were saying that after you turn 65, no stress test, no MRIs if possible. There was a couple other things. No colonoscopies. They said those things could actually cause more damage than they solve. And I won't do a colonoscopy. I've never had one. I did the box, the Cologuard. You shit in the box, you know. Because when I turned 55, you know, Doug said, you're supposed to get a colonoscopy at 50. I said, yeah, well, why don't you do it for me? I'll know how it goes, you know. Already had one done. Well, fine. Goody for you, you know. I'm not doing it. So then, you know, he told me, well, he says, there's another test you can take. It's non-invasive. I said, all right, now we're talking. What is it? He says, well, it's called Cologuard. I said, no, what do you do? He says, well, you defecate in a box. I said, no, that'll work. So he ordered it. I got the box at home, set it up, took a dump in it, and sent it off, and it came back negative, you know. So, and I've done 2 of them already, and they're telling me I need to do another one. When I did the first one, they said if you did one once, you never needed to do it again. But there's no money in that, so now they want you to do it every 5 years. It's all bullshit, you know. It's all about the money. I guess MRIs are dangerous to a certain point. I can't really do one anyway because of the pacemaker. They said they can do one on very low wattage. I'm not taking that chance, you know. Because if they forget to turn it down, it'll rip that fucking thing out of my chest and probably kill me. We're just not doing it. Now I would do a CAT scan because that doesn't use magnetic energy. It uses radiation. They're kind of more dangerous but safer. That makes sense. I've had both. I've had MRIs, I've had CAT scans, and both of them fuck with my eyes, which bothers me, you know. When I had the stroke, they put me in the MRI machine and they scanned my brain, and it was like, man, this is really messing with my eyes, you know. It was weird. I had them closed, but it would still, like, you know, just messed with them. And they did a follow-up on a CAT scan a year later. Same thing happened. I go, oh, well, what the fuck's the deal with this shit, you know? I was used to unable to have MRI because of my pacemaker, but with the new pacemaker, they can put it in test mode, then you can do MRI with Oh, really? Well, it's probably not metal anymore. It's probably why. I don't know. What about a dog scan? They don't do dog scans. Well, my problem is, you know, I don't trust anybody in the hospitals, you know. Like, you know, I go to Quest for blood draws every 3 months. Mainly for me more than anything else. Doctors want it because, you know, They want to find something, but I do it so I can monitor my situation, you know. And when they put the needle in your arm, you don't even feel it, you know. I said, you know, I have a rule. I was talking to a lady the other day when I was in there. I said, because she goes, you know, it's got a pinch. I said, no, when I want you to feel it, stuck it in there, you know. And she did, and I didn't feel it. I said, yeah, said, if you do it right, it's not a big deal, you know. I said, I've been in the emergency room, and I had a rule. I give you 2 shots at it, the third time I insert it. And more times than not, I inserted the IV. Because the fucking nurse didn't know what they were doing, you know. She goes, yeah, I've heard that too. I said, well, I said, you know, I said, I'll give you 2 attempts. You don't get it on the second attempt, I'll do it myself because I know what I'm doing. You know, she was really? I said, oh yeah, it's not that hard. I said, I'm diabetic. I stick myself with needles all day, every day, you know. And said that was one of the first things I learned, how to insert an IV. You know, way back in the day, long before I was, you know, diabetic. It's not that hard, you know. I couldn't tell her. I used to shoot up a drug addict, you know, with fucking the fucking heroin, because he couldn't do it himself. I had to shoot it for him, you know. That's how bad a shape he was in, and I mean, he would have probably died otherwise. Come on, you gotta stick it in my arm for me. I can't do it. All right, fine. So I used to shoot him up all the time, you know. I said I learned how to do that shit early on, you know. CAT scan and PET scan is universal for any animal. There you go. Well, PET scan is for cancer, you know. They wanted me to do a PET scan when they thought I had lung cancer, and I said, no, I don't have lung cancer, so fuck you, you know. Because the PET scan was like $8,000, and I didn't have insurance to cover it, you know. I said, I'm not paying you $8,000, you know, fuck you. I said, if I got cancer, I'm probably going to die. We ain't going to worry about it. You know, it's 13 years later, when I had the big heart attack and I was up in Orlando, when they x-rayed me, they saw the spot, you know. And they says, we have to biopsy that. I says, why? Well, it could be cancer. It says, look, they found that 13 years ago. It was 2 millimeters. How big is it now? He says, still 2 millimeters. It ain't cancer. If it were cancer, I'd be dead already. But, well, we have to still biopsy it. So I let them do it, but because they told me they wouldn't fix me up if I didn't let them do it, you know. It's like fucking blackmail. And then after they did it, they came back 2 days later. Well, it was nothing. You know, well, duh. I tried to tell you that, and you wouldn't listen to me. You know, well, we had to check. No, you didn't. You had to get the money. Of course, insurance paid for it, so, you know. Tom says, when I had my stroke, they ordered an MRI, and I stopped them saying I had a pacemaker. We called the company. They ran diag on it, found it was able to have MRI done. The rep came in from me. Oh, that's cool. That's the only way I would do it, is somebody actually... I don't trust the hospital. They'd fuck it up, you know. They had a guy in there. He had a fucking... What the hell did he have? Oh, it was a piercing. And they put him in the MRI thing, and the piercing, it tore it out of his fucking body. You know. It didn't kill him, but it fucked him up a little bit. It's like, you're supposed to check and make sure you don't have anything metallic on your body. No necklaces, no wallets, nothing that could be magnetic, you know. Like I said, I just don't trust the fuckers. They're idiots. To perform the test of the pacemaker, yeah, right? I guess, but like I said, they're getting better at them. Now, they're probably smaller, too. Mine is huge. It's this big. About 4 inches. 4 inches by 4.5 inches. It's huge, you know. Right in my chest. I could feel it, you know. It's right there. The new ones are probably a fourth the size. And they're good for longer. This one was good for, I think, 7 or 8 years. And the new ones, I think, are good for 12. A nose ring could ruin your day. Yeah, it could. So I'm saying, you know, what the fuck? So I said, I don't trust these fuckers. You know, look, when I had the heart attack down in Naples, the last one, before I got the pacemaker and shit, they went in and they run the dye through me and they checked me out. And they says, well, you know, you got 3 major blockages. You might as well go home and, you know, get your affairs in order because you're going to die. Okay. And, you know, I wasn't really bothered by it. Maybe I was in shock. I don't know. But, you know, some doctor come out and he said, look, he said, if you want to live, you got to go up to Orlando. I said, all right, well, what can they do? He says, well, they'll fix you up. And I said, all right. So we got a private ambulance, and they brought me up to Orlando, and they did. They fixed me up. But Naples just sent me out. They said, go home and die. What the fuck, you know? Imagine a metal penile implant. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, that would be bad. And Tom says, my pacemaker's the size of a quarter. But is yours is it just a pacemaker? Or is it a defibrillator too? Because mine's a 3-way. It's a pacemaker, defibrillator, and sequencer. I think that's why it's so big, because my heart was so fucked up, the chambers wouldn't operate properly, so this thing makes them operate the way they're supposed to. And if my heart does stop, it'll shock it like a defibrillator and bring me back. In fact, when I was on the table getting the stents, after they put the pacemaker in, I did die on the table. I remember it. I mean, it was weird. I just blacked out, but, you know, and all of a sudden I woke up and, you know, and they says, well, how'd you like that horse kick? And I'm going, what the hell are you talking about? You didn't feel that? No. I said, well, you died and the pacemaker did its job and restarted your heart. It was like getting kicked in the back by a horse. I'm glad I didn't fucking see that one, you know. Jim, only a pacemaker, no different. Okay, so mine's going to be a little bigger then because it's got all that shit in it. But I don't think it'll be as big as this one, you know. And like I said, they go a lot longer now, too. So I don't know why mine has a defibrillator. I guess because, well, technically I have congestive heart failure. I have to take a water pill every few days or so to, you know, I have to watch my weight and everything else. So I guess they figured, you know, if I fucked up and my heart did stop, it would restart it and, you know, I wouldn't die. I guess that's, you know, well, Dick Cheney had the same thing. He had the first one. He had a pacemaker with a defibrillator because he had like, what, 10 heart attacks? You know, big Dick Cheney. And, you know, he didn't die. I mean, I guess he finally did die. Because, you know, my wife asked, she says, does that mean you're immortal? I said, no, I could still die, but not from a stopped heart, you know. At least not theoretically, anyway. So, you know, because she says, well, damn, you're going to live forever? I said, no, I'm not going to live forever. I said, that'd be cool, but no, it doesn't work that way. So, you know. It's weird, man. That's all I can say. But like I said, you know, and I'm not really worried about it because, you know, she said, my wife says, aren't you afraid to go to the hospital to get the new pacemaker? I said, no, because I said it's really outpatient surgery. It's not a big deal, you know. Basically, all they do is make a little incision, pull it out, unplug it, plug the new one in, stuff it in there, sew up the fucking opening, and you're out the door, basically, you know. Now, when they first put it in, they had to strap my arm to my leg. Because until the wires that go to the heart were actually grown in, you could remove them by moving your arm. So I wasn't allowed to lift my arm, couldn't wipe my ass or nothing, man. Because I'm left-handed, and the right one don't work that good. So it's like, well, this sucks, you know. My friend had a defibrillator, pacemaker, and got lucky. Got blown off the bed. Woke up on the floor. Damn. I guess if you're awake when it happens, or semi-awake, I don't know. I didn't feel it. I remember I was laying on the table because they were putting the stents on because I was awake, you know, kind of not completely out of it, but because they want you awake while they're doing it. I could feel them, you know, moving the thing, and they I can't remember what it's called, but they say, well, you're going to insert this one here. They go by millimeters and all that shit, you know, and then all of a sudden everything blacked out, you know. I don't know how long I was dead. I don't think it was that long. Probably a few seconds maybe, and next thing out, when I woke up, they had a metal plate that your head rested on. And that was it, you know. And then, of course, the table itself. Well, my head, because I had a pillow under my head, I must have jerked or something. The pillow fell off. My head was hanging down. My fucking leg, my other leg that they weren't working with, was up in the air swinging around. And they were yelling, "Mr. Tedesco, put your leg down. We're not finished yet." You know, I'm like, I finally, you know, gained my composure. Said, "Oh, sorry, dude. I blacked out. I don't know what happened, you know." And I did. I mean, they said I was dead, I guess. That's what they told me anyway. And, you know, afterwards, when the procedure was done, you know, the nurse comes and says, "You know, how'd you like that horse kick?" And I'm going, "The hell are you talking about, you know?" "Well, you died on the table, but your pacemaker did its job." Oh, ain't good for that, I guess, you know. I mean, if it didn't, they would have put the paddles on me. I don't know how that would have worked, but I don't know if that would have hurt either, but, you know. Weird shit. Yeah, you said, I mean, there's some medicine that is really, I mean, not medicine itself, but medical practices that are amazing what they can do. Other shit, not so much, you know. The doctor carries a spare defibrillator unit in case his car doesn't start. Maybe. I don't know if you'd want to jump a battery with that, though. It would probably fry everything, you know. That's what the jump box is for. I just had to buy a new jump box myself. Matter of fact, the battery in my riding mower is shot, and if I don't use the mower like every week, the battery goes dead and I have to get the jump box out. And it fires right up, but I really need to put a new battery in it because see that battery's going on 6 years old. You know, and they've gotten expensive. They used to be able to buy them for $27, just a little battery, you know. Now they're like fucking 50 and 60, man. But I'm gonna have to get one at some point because it's a nuisance to grab the jump box and restart, you know, recharge it. My wife's car, her Mustang, she doesn't drive it enough, so it's starting to fuck up big time. So she moved it, and I noticed it. You know, it was parked in the driveway. And I said, "You know, your brake lights are on." She goes, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah, I can see them there. You know, you can't miss it." So she goes in there and smacks the pedal a few times. They finally go off. So you better try and start the car. This fucking battery was dead. Brake lights were on for like 4 hours, you know. And I didn't see it till I went outside. So we had to get the jump box. She goes, "It ain't gonna work." I said, "Yes, it will." I said, "I paid $200 for that jump box. It will do the job, you know." So she put it up there, boom, fired right up, you know. And I bought it for my car because, well, the first one anyway. That was the second one. I had to buy the first one. The batteries went bad in that, and I didn't want to replace them. But I had a bad battery in the car, but it wasn't completely bad. But there were times it just wouldn't start, so I had the jump box, you know. And then when I was having problems with the truck, the jump box wouldn't work on the truck, so I said, "Well, I'm going to buy a new jump box and be done with it, you know." Just grab both terminals and exercise, Big Jim. Yeah, right. Actually, you don't get shocked unless you're wet. I've grabbed both terminals of a car battery and never got shocked. I imagine if you're wet, you would. But, you know, it's only 12 volts. It's high amps. But, you know, I mean, I've never got shocked by one. Of course, now I got to be careful because they said, you know, don't get shocked because it could fuck up your pacemaker. And I remember a year after I got the pacemaker, still down in Naples, I was doing static grass application. And of course, what do? I get shocked by the static grass applicator. Kind of freaked out. Was like, well, fuck, I'm still breathing. I guess I'm okay, you know. But I had asked them up front, I said, you know, what kind of a shock are we talking about? You know, I says, is a static shock kill me? Well, we don't really know. Well, that's not very helpful. Don't you have any guidelines on what kind of a shock you could get, you know? Of course, I do electrical work, you know, I usually turn the power off, but sometimes I do the shit live because it's easier. You know, 110 volts, I mean, I've been shocked by 110, and it generally doesn't kill you, but, you know. No, I meant to start your lawnmower using your defibrillator. It doesn't work like that, Derek. That'd be cool though if you had a couple of plugs. You just stick your jumper cables into your chest and... I'm surprised that they don't have a rechargeable battery in them, that like you could charge it every 6 months or something, you know, by just laying a charger on your chest, you know, like what they call magnetic chargers. It's probably not a good idea, but I'm just surprised they don't have one yet. I suppose that at some point they'll probably make one that uses your body to charge it, you know, just because, you know, you have electrical field on your body. I used to have a voltmeter, or multimeter actually. It was so sensitive, you could hold both terminals and you would get an electronic reading of your actual body voltage. It wasn't much, you know, like a millivolt. But it was there and it would register. And oh, that's really cool, you know. So, in theory, if you could utilize that on a device inside you, that would charge or keep or operate a device, you know. So that's why men have nipples, jump starts. There you go. Well, you know, they had a thing, I was testing it because Social Security wouldn't, or Medicare wouldn't cover it, but they had a device you can wear on your leg that makes, the reason I don't walk correctly is because the stroke damaged the nerves in my leg. And I have what's called foot drop. See, when you walk, you lift your foot to take your steps. Well, my right foot doesn't lift. My left foot does. The right one just kind of falls. So I kind of drag it most of the time or pick it up, but it doesn't lift up the way it's supposed to. So this guy invented this device. They put it on your leg. They had to figure out where the nerve was and stuff. It was pretty cool. I tested it. At the time it was $2,200, I think. And what it would do is it would use, I don't know, I probably couldn't use it now because of the pacemaker, I don't know, because it uses electricity. But it would shock your leg and make your foot come up. It was the coolest thing. I mean, I tried it out and I actually walked normal with this thing, although it was kind of painful a little bit. But I actually walked normal because my foot didn't drop anymore. And I wanted to get it, but I said, well, you know, Medicare picked this up? He said, no, you got to pay cash for this. I said, I can't afford that, you know. I think they do now, though, I'm not sure. But he was telling me that they were talking about doing an implant where they would implant it into your leg and you wouldn't feel it then. It would just stimulate the nerve with minor voltage. I don't know if they ever did it or not. But I would have done that. I mean, because it did work, you know. And it was a computer, a little mini computer that would measure your gait and know exactly when to lift your foot up, you know, based on your walking. So it was slick as shit, man. You know, and like I said, I walked normal for a few minutes there, man. It was great. I go, shit, I need one of these, you know. But I just didn't have the money for it. I said, I don't know if I could use an exterior one now because it's like a TENS unit. If you guys, some of you probably know what a TENS unit is. It's for like back pain and shit, or any kind of soreness you have. You put these pads on and the device shocks you, you know, like every 10 seconds or something. You can adjust it. You can adjust the voltage and when it does it. And it actually stimulates your muscles and shit. Before I had the pacemaker and the heart attack, I was having back issues, and the chiropractor used a TENS unit on my back. Man, it was great. And I'd walk out of there like, wow, I feel good, you know. But can you use it on other parts? I don't know. Well, there's no. I don't think no, because that's blood flow. That's not nerves. You know. That's a whole different ball game, which I'm not even going to get into that, but yeah, we're not going to go there. It would be cool though if it did, wouldn't it? Although they do have something similar. I was reading about it. You could buy one. They're expensive. They're like $1,000. It's a stimulator that shocks your dick and supposedly makes it hard. So I don't know. But there's a place down in Fort Myers, a sex clinic. Well, it's not a sex clinic, but it could be. I can't remember the proper name for it. Men's clinic. And they deal with erectile dysfunction down there. And they claim that using these devices, they can cure it, you know. Of course, Medicare didn't pick up any of that either. But still, it's pretty cool, you know. So yeah, I guess there's to some degree you can use electricity to fix certain things. I don't know. And that's as far as I'm going to go with that one. Of course, if you had a stump and you wanted to stump fuck your girlfriend or your wife, that would probably work for that. And don't laugh, they do it, supposedly. It's a little weird. Is it time to go home yet? It's 10:30. I should probably wrap this up. We went way in the way overtime here. And it figures too. Well, I don't know. It's still. Are you guys getting a good signal from me or not? I mean, I'm showing this thing's going green, orange, red, black, yellow, all different colors of the rainbow. And I can't really see any difference on my phone. So what kind of, I mean, am I locking up or buffering or anything else over there? Or are we getting a good stream going through? I'm curious. Maybe it's just on my end. Who knows? Anyway, I'm going to wrap this up. Said it's 10:30. It's way past my bedtime. She hasn't been good all night. Go figure. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that because I was kind of worried because here I'm getting all. I think it's got to be on my computer, obviously. You know, something's wrong here. I might have to update the OBS because I'm still running an old version of OBS. Maybe I'll go to the next version and see if that helps it any. There it says occasional but brief. Okay, that's a little better. Like I said, I checked Starlink, and the signal is excellent on it. It's not Starlink. It's got to be my computer, you know. It's probably OBS. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to say goodnight, and we'll see you next week. And hopefully I'll have something cool to show y'all. And, you know, train related. And God knows what else. Anyway, everybody have a good weekend. Be safe. Remember to play with your trains. And don't even worry about anything else. Because, you know, the world's going to hell anyway. So might as well play with your trains and, you know. What was that? While Rome burned, Caesar fiddled or some shit like that. Be Caesar. Play with your trains, let the world burn. Alright guys, we'll see you. I'm going to put the closing screen on. And we'll see y'all next week.